Train your brain to outsmart any situation. Improve your critical thinking skills. Written and published by Elevate Book. Everyone tells you to think smarter. They tell you to use critical thinking. They nod knowingly and say, you need better judgment. They're missing the point entirely. Let me say that again. They're completely missing the point. Here's the brutal truth nobody wants to admit. Your brain isn't broken. Your thinking isn't flawed because you're not smart enough. It's flawed because you're running on outdated software. Mental programs installed when you were 7 years old. Decision-making frameworks you inherited from people who were just as confused as you are now. And every single day, these invisible programs are making decisions for you. Let me paint a picture. You're in a meeting. Someone proposes an idea that contradicts everything you believe. Before you even finish hearing them out, your mind has already constructed 17 reasons why they're wrong. You feel that familiar tightness in your chest. That's not critical thinking. That's your brain running a protection program written when you were a child, learning that being right kept you safe. Or this, you're scrolling through news headlines. Within 3 seconds, you formed an opinion about a complex geopolitical situation. You feel informed, confident, but you just let a stranger on the internet install a belief system in your mind with less scrutiny than you'd give a restaurant menu. This is happening to you hundreds of times a day. The cost? You're not making decisions. Your unconscious patterns are. You're not thinking critically. You're running predetermined scripts. You're now outsmarting situations. You're being outsmarted by your own mental autopilot. And here's what makes this terrifying. The people who are winning in business, in relationships, in crisis situations aren't smarter than you. They've just learned to recognize these programs and rewrite them. By the end of this journey, you won't just understand critical thinking, you'll have rebuilt your entire cognitive operating system from the ground up. You'll recognize manipulation before it hooks you. You'll see patterns invisible to others. You'll make decisions that seem like instinct but are actually precision engineering. You will never see a problem the same way again. The question is, are you ready to see how deep your own thinking patterns really go? Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Illusion of Rational Thought. You believe you think. That's the first illusion we need to shatter. Right now, as you're listening to these words, you believe you're engaged in active thought. You believe you're processing information, making judgments, forming opinions based on logic and evidence. You believe that the voice in your head analyzing these sentences is you. Rational, conscious, in control. You're wrong. What you call thinking is actually something closer to mental echo. Your brain is running pattern-matching software at a speed you cannot consciously perceive, comparing everything you encounter against a vast library of past experiences, inherited beliefs, and emotional associations. By the time you experience a thought, the real decision has already been made by systems you're not even aware exist. Neuroscientists have proven this in laboratories around the world. Using brain imaging technology, researchers can predict your decisions up to 7 seconds before you become consciously aware you've made them. 7 seconds! That's an eternity in neural time. Think about what this means. When you decided to listen to this audiobook, your unconscious mind had already made that choice before your conscious self took credit for it. When you think about what to eat for dinner, neural patterns established by thousands of previous meals have already narrowed your options before you experience the illusion of choice. You're not thinking. You're experiencing the aftermath of thinking that already happened. Let me show you how deep this goes. I'm going to say a word, and I want you to notice what happens in your mind. Lawyer. What appeared?
For most people, a cascade of associations floods in instantly. Perhaps you saw someone in a suit. Maybe you felt a vague distrust or respect. Possibly you remembered a legal situation from your past. Some of you had a political reaction. Others thought of money. None of that was thinking. That was your associative network firing automatically. You didn't choose those associations. They chose you. Now, here's where it gets dangerous. You make important decisions based on these unconscious associations while believing you're being rational. You meet someone at a networking event. Within 3 seconds, your brain has scanned their appearance, voice tone, body language, and compared it against thousands of previous encounters. It delivers a judgment, trustworthy or suspicious. You experience this as intuition. You defend it as experience, but you're actually being controlled by pattern-matching software that's often laughably wrong. That person reminded your unconscious mind of your uncle who borrowed money and never paid it back. You don't make the connection consciously, but suddenly you're cold to them, dismissive. You've just potentially destroyed a valuable relationship because of a facial similarity you didn't even register. Or the opposite. Someone reminds you of a beloved teacher. You unconsciously lower your guard. You trust too quickly. You don't ask the hard questions. 6 months later, you're shocked when they betray you. But you weren't thinking. You were running a program. The corporate world is built on exploiting this. Marketing executives understand your associative networks better than you do. They know that specific colors trigger specific emotional responses. They know that certain words bypass your rational filters entirely. They know that if they can create an association between their product and something you already love, you'll defend that product as if it's a personal choice. It's not. You're being played by your own brain, and you don't even know the game is happening.
Here's what's actually happening in your skull. Your brain processes approximately 11 million bits of information per second. Your conscious mind can handle about 40 bits per second. That means 99.99996% of your information processing is happening outside your awareness. Your unconscious mind is running the show, and it's using rules written for evolution for a world that no longer exists. The human brain evolved in an environment where snap judgments meant survival. See movement in the grass? Assume it's a predator and run. Better to be wrong 100 times than wrong once and dead. Encounter a stranger from another tribe? Treat them with suspicion. Your ancestors who didn't make these instant, unconscious judgments didn't survive long enough to pass on their genes. You inherited this neural architecture. But you're not dodging predators anymore. You're navigating complex social systems, making financial decisions, evaluating information streams, building relationships, and solving problems that require nuanced, flexible thinking. And you're trying to do it with software designed for a completely different world. This is why intelligent people make catastrophically stupid decisions. This is why you can know something intellectually but behave completely differently. This is why you keep repeating patterns you consciously want to change. The first step in real critical thinking isn't learning new techniques. It's recognizing that what you call your thoughts are mostly automated processes you've never examined. So how do you actually start thinking? The recognition protocol. First, you must create what I call cognitive separation, the space between stimulus and response. This is where thinking actually lives. Here's the framework. S.T.O.P. S. Sense the trigger. The moment you feel certainty, the moment you know something instantly, that's your signal. Real thinking feels uncertain. Automatic processing feels certain. So certainty is your warning light. T. Tag the reaction. Mentally label what's happening. I'm having a trust reaction. I'm having a political reaction. I'm having a status reaction.
The label creates distance. You're no longer the reaction. You're the observer of the reaction. O. Open the alternatives. Force yourself to generate 3 different interpretations of the situation. Not to believe them all, just to prove to yourself that alternatives exist. This breaks the pattern matching loop. P. Proceed with conscious choice. Now and only now can you actually think. You've created the space where rational analysis becomes possible. Let me show you this in action. You're reading an email from a colleague. It's terse. 2 sentences, no greeting. Your immediate reaction. They're angry with me. Your stomach tightens. You start composing a defensive response in your mind. Stop. Sense the trigger. You felt certainty about their emotional state based on minimal information. Tag the reaction. I'm having an anxiety reaction. I'm pattern matching this to previous conflicts. Open the alternatives. Maybe they're overwhelmed and being efficient. Maybe they're on their phone and typing is difficult. Maybe this is just their communication style and has nothing to do with me. Proceed with conscious choice. Instead of a defensive response, you write a neutral reply and add a note to yourself to check in with them in person later. You just thought, actually thought, perhaps for the first time in that situation. Now scale this up. The daily thinking audit. Every evening, review 3 decisions you made that day. Not outcomes, decisions. Ask yourself, what information did I actually have? What information did I assume? What pattern was my brain matching this to? What alternatives did I not consider? What would I decide if I approached this fresh with no history? This is excruciating at first. You'll discover you made almost no real decisions. You ran programs, you followed scripts, you reacted. But here's what happens after 30 days of this practice. Your brain starts running the audit in real time. You'll catch yourself mid-reaction. You'll notice the pattern matching happening. That moment of recognition is the birth of actual critical thinking. Advanced application. Elite decision makers, the people who seem to have supernatural judgment, aren't smarter. They've trained themselves to recognize more patterns, including the patterns of their own thinking. A master negotiator walks into a hostile meeting. Everyone else feels the tension and goes into fight or flight mode. Their thinking narrows. They miss opportunities. They make reactive concessions. The master feels the same tension that they've trained the recognition response. They notice, I'm having a threat reaction. My body wants to fight or flee. This is going to narrow my thinking. That recognition creates space. Now they can think strategically while everyone else is just reacting. They see options others miss. They respond while others react. They appear brilliant. They're not. They're just thinking while others are running programs. You can build this capacity, but it requires something most people aren't willing to do. Question everything you're certain about, because certainty is the enemy of thought. The moment you're certain, you've stopped thinking and started defending. And a mind in defense mode cannot learn, cannot adapt, cannot see clearly. Over the next couple of chapters, we're going to dismantle every automatic system you're running. We're going to rebuild your thinking from the ground up. You're going to discover that almost everything you believe about how your mind works is wrong. And that realization, that's not depressing. That's liberation. Because once you see the programs, you can rewrite them. Once you recognize the patterns, you can choose different ones. Once you understand that you've been running on autopilot, you can take manual control. You're about to learn how to actually think. Everything changes from here. Chapter 2. The Architecture of Bias. You think you see reality. You don't. What you see is a story your brain tells you about reality, a story edited, filtered, and distorted by invisible biases you've never consciously chosen. Right now, you're missing most of what's in front of you. Your brain is deleting information, fabricating details, and constructing a coherent narrative from fragments. And it's doing this so seamlessly that you experience the result as objective truth. Let me prove it to you. You're listening to this right now. Are you aware of the pressure of your body against whatever you're sitting or standing on? You weren't until I mentioned it. That sensation was there the entire time, but your brain filtered it out as irrelevant. It didn't fit the story your mind was constructing, so it simply didn't exist in your conscious experience. Your brain does this with everything. It's not showing you reality. It's showing you what it predicts will be useful based on your past experience, current goals, and emotional state. And here's the terrifying part. The predictions are often wrong, but you experience them as perception. Think about the last argument you had. Replay it in your mind. Now understand this. That memory isn't what actually happened. It's a reconstruction, edited to support the narrative identity you've built about yourself. If you could watch a recording of that argument, you'd be shocked by what you said that you don't remember, what the other person said that you've distorted, and what never happened at all but you've now inserted. Your brain isn't a recording device. It's a storytelling engine optimized for coherence, not accuracy. And this storytelling engine is running on biases, systematic patterns of deviation from rationality. You have hundreds of them. They're not flaws in your thinking, they're features of how human cognition evolved. But in the modern world, they're destroying your ability to think clearly. Confirmation bias means you seek information that supports what you already believe and ignore information that contradicts it. You think you're researching, you're actually just collecting ammunition for pre-existing conclusions. Availability bias means you judge the likelihood of events based on how easily examples come to mind. You think plane travel is dangerous because plane crashes make news, even though you're statistically safer in a plane than in your car on the way to the airport. Anchoring bias means the first number you hear becomes a reference point that distorts all subsequent judgments. That's why the first price in a negotiation has so much power, even when both parties know it's arbitrary. You're swimming in these biases every moment of every day, making decisions you believe are rational while actually following invisible scripts written by evolution and culture. Let me show you how this plays out in real life. You're hiring for your team. You interview 5 candidates. The third one went to the same university you did. You notice this immediately. You feel a warm sense of connection. The interview goes well because you're unconsciously giving them easier questions and interpreting their answers more charitably. This is similarity bias, the tendency to favor people who remind us of ourselves. But you don't experience it as bias. You experience it as good fit or cultural alignment or strong rapport. You rationalize the bias as judgment. The person you hire struggles in the role. 6 months later, you're dealing with performance issues. And you still don't connect it back to that moment when unconscious bias hijacked your decision-making. Or this, you're evaluating a business opportunity. Someone presents you with data. The data is mixed, some positive indicators, some concerning red flags. If you already want to do the deal, you'll notice every positive data point and explain away every red flag. If you've already decided against it, you'll do the opposite. Same data, completely different conclusions. And in both cases, you'll believe you're being objective. This is motivated reasoning, thinking in service of a predetermined conclusion. The most dangerous part? Smart people are better at this than average people. Higher intelligence doesn't make you less biased. It makes you better at rationalizing your biases. You construct more sophisticated justifications. You build more elaborate logical structures around your predetermined conclusions. Intelligence without bias recognition isn't wisdom. It's weaponized self-deception.
Here's what you need to understand about bias. You cannot eliminate it. Anyone who tells you their objective is either lying or dangerously unaware. Your brain is a bias machine. That's what it is. That's what it does. but you can recognize bias. You can account for it. You can build decision-making systems that work with your biased brain instead of pretending it doesn't exist. The framework is called bias mapping, and it works like this. Step 1. Identify your predictable distortions. You have bias patterns as unique as your fingerprint. They come from your personal history, your culture, your profession, your traumas, your victories. The first step is making the invisible visible. Take out a notebook. Map your last 5 significant decisions. For each one, ask, what did I decide? What did I want to be true before I started analyzing? What information did I seek out? What information did I avoid or minimize? Who did I consult, and why those specific people? What would someone who wanted the opposite conclusion focus on? You're looking for patterns. Maybe you always seek advice from people who think like you do. Maybe you always weight recent information more heavily than historical patterns. Maybe you're consistently overconfident in your ability to influence outcomes. These aren't random errors, they're systematic distortions. And once you see the pattern, you can predict when it's likely to activate. Step 2. Build bias tripwires. Elite thinkers don't rely on willpower to overcome bias. They engineer their environment to warn them when bias is likely to strike. Here's how. Create a pre-decision checklist customized to your specific biases. Before any significant decision, you must answer these questions in writing. What do I want to be true here? Name the desired outcome explicitly. What would I have to believe for this to be a bad idea? What information am I not seeking out, and why? Who disagrees with my current thinking, and have I genuinely engaged with their perspective? If I were advising someone else in this exact situation, what would I tell them? That last question is critical. Research shows people give dramatically better advice to others than to themselves, because they're not trapped in their own emotional and cognitive biases. The act of psychological distancing, imagining you're advising a friend, activates different neural networks. You think more clearly about someone else's problem than your own. Step 3. Seek disconfirming evidence. This is where most people fail. They say they want objectivity, but they don't actually practice it. Here's the practice. For every significant belief or decision, you must actively hunt for the best possible argument against your position. Not a straw man, not a weak version you can easily dismiss, the strongest, most compelling case for why you might be wrong. This is psychologically painful. Your brain will resist. It will feel like betraying yourself. That discomfort is the signal you're actually thinking instead of just defending. The Steelman Protocol. State your position clearly. Identify the smartest person who disagrees with you. Articulate their argument better than they could themselves. Find the valid points in their reasoning. Adjust your position based on what you discovered. Notice what happens when you do this genuinely. Your thinking becomes more nuanced. You stop seeing issues as binary. You develop intellectual humility. Not weakness, but the confidence to update your beliefs when better evidence appears. Step 4. Diversify your information diet. Your biases are reinforced by information bubbles. You read sources that confirm your worldview. You follow people who think like you do. You watch news that aligns with your political orientation. Every day, this makes your biases deeper and your thinking narrower. The antidote is systematic exposure to quality opposing viewpoints. I notice I said quality. This isn't about reading random conspiracy theories or bad faith arguments. It's about finding the most intelligent, well-informed people who disagree with you and actually engaging with their reasoning. The perspective rotation system. Identify 3 people or sources who consistently challenge your thinking. Not trolls, not extremists, intelligent people operating from different frameworks. Once a week, spend 30 minutes genuinely engaging with their perspective. Not to defeat it, not to find flaws, to understand it. Ask yourself,
What would I have to experience to believe what they believe? What information are they seeing that I'm not? What values are they prioritizing differently? This practice doesn't mean you'll change your mind about everything, but it will make your existing positions more sophisticated and your thinking more flexible. Advanced application. The red team strategy. When organizations make critical decisions, the best ones use a technique called red teaming. They assign a group to argue against the preferred course of action as convincingly as possible. You can do this individually. When you're facing a significant decision, write 2 documents. Document 1, the case for. Present the strongest possible argument for your preferred option. Use data, logic, emotional appeal, everything in your arsenal. Document 2, the case against. Now switch sides completely. Argue against your own position with the same intensity and intelligence. Find every weak point, identify every assumption, challenge every piece of data. Then wait 24 hours and read both documents as if you're a neutral third party seeing them for the first time. What you'll discover is shocking. The case against is often stronger than you realized. Not because your original instinct was wrong, but because you were only seeing part of the picture. This process doesn't always change your decision, but it transforms the quality of your thinking about the decision. You go in with eyes open. You stress-tested your reasoning. You've identified the real risks instead of being blindsided by them later. The master level. Bias auditing in real time. Here's where elite thinkers separate from everyone else. They don't just check for bias before decisions, they monitor for it during execution. A master negotiator in the middle of a high-stakes deal notices, "I'm feeling very confident right now." That's a warning sign. Overconfidence bias is probably active. What am I not seeing? A surgeon 3 hours into a complex operation recognizes, "I'm committed to this approach and I'm finding reasons to continue even though the data is mixed." That's escalation of commitment bias. Time to step back and reassess. A CEO in a board meeting observes, "Everyone is agreeing with me very quickly." That's suspicious. Either groupthink is happening or they're not being honest. I need to explicitly invite dissent. This is real-time bias detection, and it's trainable. The live audit practice. During your day, set random alerts on your phone, 3 to 5 times. When the alert goes off, pause and ask, what decision or judgment did I just make? What bias might be operating right now? If I'm wrong about this, what will I wish I had considered? At first, this will feel artificial and disruptive. After 30 days, it becomes automatic. Your brain starts running the audit unconsciously. You develop what psychologists call metacognitive awareness, thinking about your thinking while you're thinking. That's when everything changes. You're in a meeting and someone makes a suggestion. You feel immediate resistance, but instead of arguing, you pause. You notice, that's a not invented here bias. I'm rejecting this because it came from outside my team, not because of its merits. That moment of recognition gives you choice. You can still reject the idea, but now you're doing it consciously, not reactively. Or you might actually consider the suggestion on its merits and discover value you would have missed. Bias recognition doesn't make you neutral. It makes you conscious. And consciousness is the prerequisite for genuine choice. The ultimate truth. The goal isn't to become an unbiased thinker. That's impossible. The goal is to become a thinker who knows their biases so well that they can predict them, account for them, and think clearly despite them. The smartest people in the room aren't the ones with the highest IQ. They're the ones who recognize their cognitive blind spots and build systems to compensate for them. They know they're biased, they know how they're biased, and they've engineered their decision-making process to work with that reality instead of denying it. You can do this too, but it requires something most people won't give: the willingness to be genuinely wrong, the courage to discover your thinking is flawed, the humility to build systems because you don't trust your own mind. That's not weakness. That's the foundation of wisdom. In the next chapter, we're going to take this even deeper. We're going to examine the questions you ask, Because the quality of your thinking is determined not by your answers, but by the questions you never thought to ask. The questions you don't ask destroy you in ways you never see coming. Let's make them visible.
Chapter 3: The Power of Precision Questions. You're asking the wrong questions. Let me say that again. Almost every question you ask yourself is leading you away from truth and toward comfortable illusion. Listen to how most people think. Why does this always happen to me? How can I get them to understand? What's wrong with people? Why can't things just work out? These aren't real questions. They're complaints dressed up as inquiry. And every single one of them sends your brain searching for answers that reinforce victimhood, frustration, and helplessness. Your brain is a question-answering machine. It cannot not answer a question you pose to it. Ask a terrible question, and your brain will generate a terrible answer. And you'll believe that answer because you asked the question. This is how people trap themselves in mental prisons of their own construction. Watch what happens when someone asks, "Why am I so bad at this?" Their brain immediately goes to work generating evidence. Remember that time you failed? Remember when everyone else succeeded and you didn't? Remember your teacher who said you'd never be good at this? The question presupposes you are bad at it, so your brain searches for confirmation, not truth. Within seconds, you have a complete narrative proving your inadequacy, and it feels like insight. It's not insight. It's interrogation-induced confession. You tortured yourself with a loaded question until you admitted to a crime you didn't commit. Now watch the alternative. Same situation, different question. What specific skill am I missing that, if I developed it, would change my performance? Completely different neural pathway activates. Now your brain is searching for actionable gaps, not character deficiencies. It's looking for problems you can solve, not flaws you must accept. The external situation is identical, but the question changed everything. Here's what most people don't understand. Questions are not neutral. They're not innocent requests for information. Questions are surgical tools that direct attention, frame reality, and determine what solutions are even visible to you. Ask the wrong question, and you'll solve the wrong problem brilliantly. Think about the last time you were stuck, really stuck. Replay that mental space. I'm willing to bet you're asking some version of these questions. Why is this so hard? What if I fail? Who's to blame for this? How did I get into this mess? Every single one of these questions sends your brain backward into analysis of the past, or sideways into anxiety about the future. None of them point toward action. None of them generate solutions. They generate stories. And while you're lost in those stories, the actual problem remains unsolved. Meanwhile, someone else in the exact same situation asks different questions. What's actually in my control right now? What's the smallest step that moves this forward? Who has solved something similar and what did they do? What would this look like if it were easy? They solved the problem while you're still constructing elaborate narratives about why the problem exists. The situation didn't defeat you, your questions did. Let me show you how deep this goes. You're in a relationship that's struggling. You ask yourself, why don't they appreciate me? That question contains a built-in assumption they don't appreciate you. Your brain accepts this as fact and starts building evidence. Suddenly you're remembering every time they seemed distracted, every moment they didn't say thank you, every instance that confirms the narrative. The relationship deteriorates further because you're now operating from a framework of unappreciation, treating every interaction through that filter. But what if the question was wrong? What if the real question was, how am I communicating my needs? And is that communication style effective with this specific person? Completely different pathway. Now you're examining your own behavior, not prosecuting theirs. You're looking for leverage points you control,
not building cases about things you can't change. One question traps you, the other frees you. This pattern shows up everywhere. In business, why aren't we getting customers? Versus, what specific problem are we solving and for whom exactly? In personal development, why am I not more disciplined? Versus, what environmental factors make the behavior I want easier than the behavior I'm trying to avoid? In crisis, why is this happening to me? Versus, given that this is happening, what's my next best move? The quality of your life is determined by the quality of the questions you consistently ask. And right now, most of your questions are garbage.
Here's how you rebuild your questioning framework from the ground up. The question audit. For the next 3 days, carry a small notebook. Every time you catch yourself asking a question, either out loud or in your internal dialogue, write it down. Don't filter, don't judge, just capture. At the end of 3 days, you'll have a diagnostic map of your thinking patterns. Review every question and categorize it. Empowering question. Directs attention toward things you can control and actions you can take. Disempowering question. Reinforces helplessness, blame, or victimhood. Analytical question. Seeks to understand without a bias toward action. Most people discover they're asking disempowering questions 60 to 70% of the time. That's not a character flaw. That's conditioning. You learn these questions from parents, teachers, media, and culture. But now you can see them. And what you can see, you can change. The precision question framework. Elite thinkers use a specific structure for their questions. It's called the PACE model. P, present focused. Questions anchored in what's true right now, not what was or might be. Bad, why did this happen? Better, what's actually true about this situation right now? A, action-oriented. Questions that point toward things you can do, not things you must accept. Bad, why are people so difficult? Better, what specific behavior change from me might shift this dynamic? C, concrete. Questions that demand specific answers, not vague abstractions. Bad, how can I be more successful? Better, what are 3 specific metrics I'm trying to move, and what's the leverage point for each? E, expansive. Questions that open possibilities rather than narrowing to binary choices. Bad, should I do this or not? Better, what are 5 different approaches to this challenge, including options I haven't considered yet? Let me show you this in action. You're facing a career decision. Your default question might be, should I take this job or stay where I am? That's a binary question. It forces your brain into comparison mode between 2 options, both of which might be suboptimal. Now apply PACE. Present focused. What do I actually know about both situations right now, separated from my anxieties and assumptions? Action-oriented. What information would change my decision, and how can I get that information before I have to choose? Concrete. What specific outcomes am I optimizing for? Learning, income, lifestyle, impact, relationships, and how does each option score on each dimension? Expansive. Beyond these 2 options, what would I do if neither existed? What's the career move I'm not seeing because I'm trapped in this binary? Notice what just happened. You went from a 2-option coin flip to a multi-dimensional decision with clear criteria and expanded possibilities. You might still choose one of the original options, but now you're doing it consciously, with full information rather than reactively. That's the power of precision questions. The Socratic spiral. For complex problems, single questions aren't enough. You need a questioning sequence that drives progressively deeper. Here's the pattern. Level 1. Surface question. Why isn't this strategy working? Level 2. Assumption challenge. What am I assuming about this strategy that might not be true? Level 3. Evidence examination. What specific data supports this assumption, and what data contradicts it? Level 4. Alternative generation. If that assumption is wrong, what alternative explanations exist?
Level 5. Leverage identification. Which of these alternatives, if true, would be most actionable? You're peeling back layers. Each question opens a deeper level of insight. Most people stop at level 1. They get a surface answer, usually one that confirms what they already believed, and stop thinking. Masters spiral down to level 5, where the real insights live, the insights that actually change outcomes. Advanced application. The reverse question. Here's a technique elite strategists use. When facing a complex problem, they don't start by asking, "How do we solve this?" They ask the reverse. How would we guarantee this gets worse? Seems counterintuitive. It's brilliant. Your brain is better at identifying what's wrong than what's right. That's evolutionary wiring. Threats get more attention than opportunities. So use that wiring. How would we guarantee this project fails? How would we ensure this relationship deteriorates? How could we make sure this business never gets customers? Your brain generates answers easily. Ignore customer feedback, miscommunicate constantly, focus on features nobody wants, cut corners on quality. Now reverse every answer. Each reversal becomes a strategy. Ignore customer feedback. Build systematic feedback loops. Miscommunicate. Create communication protocols and check-ins. Focus on features nobody wants. Validate demand before building. You just used your brain's negative bias to generate a strategic roadmap. This is cognitive judo, using the brain's weaknesses as strengths. The question matrix for high-stakes decisions. When the stakes are highest, you need a systematic approach. Here's the framework that separates amateur thinking from professional-grade analysis. Quadrant 1. The immediate. What needs to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours? What will break if I don't act now? What's the minimum viable action? Quadrant 2. The strategic. What does success look like 90 days from now? What capabilities do I need to build, not just what tasks do I need to complete? What am I optimizing for? Speed, quality, learning, or relationships? Quadrant 3. The systemic. What pattern is this situation a part of? If this problem keeps reoccurring, what's the root cause I'm not addressing? What would make this type of problem impossible in the future? Quadrant 4. The philosophical. What kind of person does this decision make me? What would I advise my child to do in this situation? Will I be proud of this choice in 10 years? Most people live entirely in Quadrant 1, reacting to immediate pressures. They're firefighters, not architects. Elite thinkers move fluidly through all 4 quadrants. They handle the immediate while simultaneously building toward the strategic, addressing systemic issues, and staying aligned with their deeper values. The questions create the movement. The daily question ritual. Here's a practice that will transform your thinking in 90 days. Every morning, before you check your phone or email, ask yourself 3 questions and write the answers. What would make today meaningful regardless of what I accomplish? This question anchors you in values instead of just productivity. It prevents you from measuring your worth purely by external metrics. What's one problem I'm avoiding that I could make progress on today? This question surfaces the important work hiding beneath the urgent work. It fights procrastination at the root. And how do I want to feel at the end of today, and what behaviors support that feeling? This question connects action to emotional outcomes. It makes your behavior strategic instead of reactive. Every evening, ask 3 different questions. What did I learn today that changed how I see something? This question forces active learning instead of passive experience. It turns your day into data. Where did I react instead of respond, and what question could I have asked myself to create space? This question builds metacognitive awareness. It trains you to notice your patterns. And what's one thing I'm grateful for that I normally take for granted? This question fights hedonic adaptation, the brain's tendency to normalize positive things. It maintains perspective. 6 questions. 5 minutes total. 90 days of consistent practice. What happens is remarkable. Your brain starts running these questions automatically. You develop what psychologists call cognitive flexibility, the ability to shift perspectives and generate multiple interpretations rapidly. Problems that used to paralyze you become interesting puzzles. Conflicts that used to trigger emotional reactions become opportunities for curiosity. Decisions that used to feel overwhelming become systematic processes. The nuclear level technique. Question the question. Here's where we go deep. The most powerful form of critical thinking isn't answering questions well. It's questioning whether you're asking the right question at all. Someone comes to you and says, "How do I get more willpower?" The amateur thinker accepts the question and tries to answer it. "Well, willpower is like a muscle, so you should." The master thinker questions the question. Why do you believe willpower is what you're missing? What behavior are you trying to change? Have you considered that the issue might not be willpower, but environment design, or unclear values, or trying to change too many things at once? You just deconstructed their framework. Most of the time, people are asking sophisticated questions about the wrong problem entirely. How do I make my spouse change? Wrong question. Right question. How do I communicate my needs effectively and set appropriate boundaries? How do I find my passion? Wrong question. Right question. What problems am I willing to suffer for? What do I do that makes me lose track of time? How do I get motivated? Wrong question. Right question.
What's the gap between what I say I value and what my behavior demonstrates I value? When you question the question, you often discover the entire problem dissolves. You are trying to solve something that wasn't actually the issue. The killer question sequence for any situation. When you're genuinely stuck, run the sequence. It works for everything, from personal dilemmas to business strategy. 1. What exactly am I trying to accomplish here? Forces clarity. Most people are stuck because they don't actually know what they want, just what they don't want. 2. What am I assuming has to be true? Surfaces constraints. Half of them will be imaginary. 3. What would this look like if it were simple? Cuts through complexity. Complexity is often a defense mechanism against action. 4. What's the worst-case scenario and could I survive it? Disarms fear. Most worst-case scenarios are survivable and unlikely. 5. What's the smallest experiment I could run to test my approach? Creates action. Thinking without testing is just speculation. 6. Who's already solved something similar and what can I learn from them? Leverages collective intelligence. You don't need to reinvent everything. 7. What will I wish I had done if I'm still in this same situation a year from now? Adds time perspective. Your future self has clarity your present self lacks. This sequence takes about 10 minutes. It will save you months of confusion. The truth about questions. Here's what I need you to understand at a bone-deep level. You are not trapped by your circumstances. You're trapped by the questions you're asking about your circumstances. The entrepreneur who asks, "How do I get funding?" stays stuck. The entrepreneur who asks, "How do I generate revenue with what I already have?" finds creative solutions. The leader who asks, "How do I get people to follow my vision?" struggles. The leader who asks, "What do my people care about and how does my vision serve that?" builds genuine commitment. The person who asks, "Why don't I have willpower?" reinforces helplessness. The person who asks, "What environmental changes would make the right behavior automatic?" designs success. Same situations, different questions, completely different lives. Your assignment. Starting today, become obsessed with your questions. Notice them, write them down, examine them for hidden assumptions and disempowering frameworks. Then practice the conscious reframe. Every disempowering question gets rewritten as an empowering one. Every vague question gets made concrete. Every backward-looking question gets redirected toward action. Every binary question gets expanded into multiple options. This practice feels awkward at first, like learning a new language.
You'll catch yourself asking terrible questions and have to consciously stop and rephrase. But after 30 days, something extraordinary happens. Your unconscious mind learns the new pattern. You start asking better questions automatically. Your thinking becomes sharper without effort. And that's when your entire reality shifts. Because reality doesn't change, your questions about reality change. And when your questions change, everything you're capable of seeing, understanding, and accomplishing transforms. The master thinker doesn't have better answers than you. They ask better questions. Starting right now, so will you.
Chapter 4. Mental Models. The Operating System of Thought.
You don't see the world as it is. You see it through models, invisible frameworks your brain uses to make sense of chaos. And most of your models are outdated, incomplete, or just plain wrong. Right now, you're operating with mental software installed by people who didn't know what they were doing. Your parents, your teachers, your culture. They handed you models of how the world works, and you've been running them ever since without ever examining whether they're accurate. Let me show you what I mean. Someone cuts you off in traffic. What's your immediate interpretation? They're a jerk. They're selfish. People are so inconsiderate. That's not observation. That's a mental model running automatically. The model is bad behavior equals bad character. But what if they just got a call that their child was rushed to the hospital? What if they didn't see you because they're elderly with declining peripheral vision? What if they're a new driver, terrified and overwhelmed? Exact same behavior, completely different reality. Your model created the interpretation. The interpretation created your emotional response, and your emotional response determined your next action. Maybe you honked. Maybe you tailgated them. Maybe you carried anger into your next interaction. All based on a model that was probably wrong. This is happening thousands of times a day, about everything. Your brain encounters complex reality and instantly runs it through simplification models. These models were necessary for survival. Our ancestors couldn't pause to consider 17 different interpretations of movement in the bushes. Assume threat, react fast, survive. But you're not dodging predators anymore. You're navigating nuanced social systems, complex economic structures, ambiguous information streams, and situations where the fast, simple answer is usually wrong. And you're still using the same simplification models designed for a world that no longer exists. Here's the devastating truth. Your mental models determine what you can see, not what you choose to see, what you're capable of seeing at all. If your model of business is make a good product and customers will come, you're blind to marketing, positioning, and distribution. Those things exist in reality, but they don't exist in your model, so you literally cannot perceive their importance until the model breaks. If your model of relationships is love should be effortless, you're blind to the reality that deep intimacy requires skill, practice, and intentional maintenance. You'll interpret the need for effort as evidence that the relationship is wrong, when actually it's evidence that the relationship is real. If your model of learning is smart people get it quickly, you're blind to the compound returns of persistent practice. You'll quit things you could master because your model tells you that struggle means you're not talented. Your models are invisible prison bars. You walk around thinking you have freedom while staying confined to the space your models allow. Let me prove this to you with a challenge. Think about your biggest frustration right now. Got it? Now ask yourself, what would have to be true about the world for this frustration to make perfect sense? Whatever you just articulated, that's one of your mental models. And I'm willing to bet it's incomplete at best, wrong at worst. People don't value quality anymore. That's a model. It's probably false. More accurate, people value different things than you do, or they don't perceive quality the way you communicate it. Hard work should be rewarded. That's a model. It's demonstrably incomplete. More accurate,
Hard work applied to the right things, communicated to the right people in the right context, creates opportunities for reward. If I'm good to people, they'll be good to me. That's a model. It's a beautiful wish masquerading as truth. More accurate, most people reciprocate kindness, but some don't, and operating without boundaries because you expect universal reciprocation leaves you vulnerable to exploitation. Your models are lies you tell yourself about how the world works. Some are useful lies. Some are catastrophically misleading. And you can't tell the difference because you don't even know they're there. Here's how you upgrade your mental operating system. Step 1. Model extraction. You can't change what you can't see. So, we make the invisible visible.
For the next 7 days, keep a model journal. Every time you have a strong emotional reaction, frustration, anger, disappointment, anxiety, write down what happened, just the facts, how you interpreted it, what belief about how things should work drove that interpretation. Example, what happened? I sent a detailed email to a colleague 3 days ago. They haven't responded. How I interpreted it. They don't respect my time. They think their work is more important than mine. Underlying model, people who respect you respond promptly. Delay equals disrespect. Now you've extracted the model, and once it's extracted, you can examine it. Is this model always true? No. People delay responses for dozens of reasons. Overwhelm, prioritization, technical issues. They're processing and want to give a thoughtful reply. Is this model serving you? No. It's creating resentment based on assumptions. What's a better model? Response time reflects someone's current capacity and priorities, which I don't have full visibility into. If something is time sensitive, I should communicate that explicitly. That's model upgrading in real time. After 7 days, you'll have 20 to 30 extracted models. You'll start seeing patterns. You'll discover you're running the same flawed models in multiple domains. That's gold, because each flawed model you identify and upgrade improves your thinking across every situation where that model activates. Step 2. Install high-utility models. Some mental models are so powerful that they upgrade your thinking across dozens of domains. These are called first principles or fundamental models. Let me give you 5 that will change everything. Model 1, inversion. Most people think about what they want and how to get it. Masters also think about what they want to avoid and how to prevent it. Instead of asking, how do I succeed? Also ask, what would guarantee failure? Instead of asking, how do I have a good relationship? Also ask, what kills relationships? Inversion forces you to see blind spots. You often get more clarity from understanding what to avoid than from pursuing what to achieve. Application. Before launching a project, spend as much time on how could this fail as you do on how will this succeed. Your pre-mortem is more valuable than your post-mortem. Model 2. Second-order thinking. First-order thinking asks, what are the immediate consequences of this action? Second-order thinking asks, and then what? And then what? And then what? Example. First order. I'll skip this workout to get more work done. I'll be more productive today. Second order. If I skip workouts regularly, my energy decreases, my health declines, my medical costs increase, my lifespan shortens, and my long-term productivity collapses. Most bad decisions look good at first order and only reveal their cost at second or third order. Application. Before any significant decision, play it forward 3 levels. If I do this, then what happens? And if that happens, then what? And if that happens, then what? The people who seem to have supernatural foresight aren't psychic. They're just thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead while everyone else stops at 1. Model 3. Probabilistic thinking. Your brain craves certainty. It wants binary answers. Yes, no, right, wrong, safe, dangerous. Reality deals in probabilities. Bad model. Is this investment safe? Better model. What's the probability distribution of outcomes and what's my expected value given those probabilities? Bad model. Should I trust this person? Better model. In what context and to what degree can I trust this person? What's the failure mode if my trust is misplaced?
Application. Replace "is this true" with "how confident am I that this is true, and what evidence would change my confidence level?" Stop thinking in binaries. Start thinking in percentages. I'm 70% confident this approach will work, which means I should also prepare for the 30% chance it doesn't. Model 4. Leverage. Not all effort produces equal results. Some actions produce 10x or 100x more results than others. Bad model. Hard work is what matters. Better model. Hard work applied to high leverage activities is what matters. You can work 80 hours a week on low leverage activities and produce less value than someone working 20 hours on high leverage ones. Application. Before starting any task, ask, is this the highest leverage of my time right now? What would 10x the impact of this effort? If you're a writer, writing is high leverage. Formatting your document for 45 minutes is low leverage. If you're a leader, strategic thinking and key conversations are high leverage. Attending every meeting is low leverage. Identify your leverage points and protect them ruthlessly. Model 5. Systems versus goals. Goals are one-time achievements. Systems are repeatable processes. Bad model. I want to lose 20 pounds. Better model. I want to build an eating and movement system that naturally maintains my ideal health. Goals create binary success or failure. Systems create continuous improvement. Goals motivate temporarily. Systems create sustainable change. Application. For anything you want to improve, shift from "what's my goal" to "what system would make the outcome I want inevitable."
Don't set a goal to read 50 books. Build a system of reading 30 minutes before bed. The goal might fail. The system compounds. Step 3. Model testing. Mental models aren't religion. They're tools. And tools need testing. Here's a protocol. The 30-day model trial. Pick one model from above, or any model you're exploring. For 30 days, consciously apply it to every relevant situation. If you're testing inversion, start every planning session by asking, how would this fail, before asking how it would succeed. If you're testing probabilistic thinking, express every prediction as a percentage. I'm 60% confident this meeting will be productive, instead of "this meeting will be productive." Track the results. Journal what you notice. After 30 days, evaluate. Did this model reveal things I was missing before? Did it lead to better decisions? What are the limitations of this model? In what context does it not apply? Some models will be transformative. Some will be useful only in specific domains. Some will prove less valuable than you hoped. That's the point. You're not adopting beliefs. You're testing tools. Step 4. Model diversification. Here's where amateurs and masters diverge. Amateurs find one model that works and apply it everywhere. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Masters built a toolkit of models and select the right one for each situation. A relationship problem probably needs emotional and psychological models, not economic ones. A business problem might need economic models, leverage thinking, and systems analysis, but not emotional processing models. The model selection framework. Before applying a model, ask, what type of problem is this? Technical, interpersonal, strategic, creative, etc. What models are designed for this problem type? What models am I habitually using that might not fit? What would someone from a completely different field see here? That last question is crucial. Bring in models from outside your domain. Engineers think in systems and constraints. What would an engineer see in your relationship problem? Therapists think in patterns and emotional dynamics. What would a therapist see in your business problem? Artists think in metaphor and aesthetics. What would an artist see in your strategic problem? Cross-pollinating models from different domains generates insights invisible within a single framework. Advanced application, the model stack. Elite thinkers don't use one model at a time. They stack multiple models to get multi-dimensional insight. Example, you're considering a career change. Economic model, what's the expected financial value over 5 years? Opportunity cost model, what am I giving up by choosing this path? Regret minimization model, which choice will I regret least at age 80? Energy model,
Which path aligns with my natural energy patterns and strengths? Second order model, if I take this path, what second and third order consequences emerge? Identity model, which choice moves me toward the person I want to become? Now you have 6 different lenses on the same decision. The answer becomes clear not because one model gave you certainty, but because multiple models pointed in the same direction. Or they didn't, and that dissonance tells you something important. The master practice, model journaling. Once a week, write for 15 minutes on this prompt. What model did I use this week that served me well? What model did I use that failed me? What model do I need to develop or adopt? This practice does 3 things. It builds metacognitive awareness. You start noticing your models in real time. It accelerates learning. You extract lessons from both successes and failures. It creates intellectual humility. You realize how often your models are incomplete. After 6 months of weekly model journaling, your thinking will be unrecognizable. You'll have moved from unconscious model running to conscious model selection. That's the difference between reacting and responding, between being smart and being wise. The truth about models. Mental models aren't truth, they're maps. And as the saying goes, the map is not the territory. Every model is a simplification. Every model leaves things out. Every model can mislead if applied incorrectly. But without models, you have only chaos. Raw, unprocessed reality is incomprehensible. You need frameworks to make sense of complexity. The key is holding your models lightly, using them without being used by them, testing them, updating them, discarding them when better ones emerge. Your brain will resist this. It wants certainty. It wants to believe its models are reality. They're not. They're your best current approximation of reality. And tomorrow, with new information and better models, your approximation can improve. That's not weakness. That's intellectual humility. In the next chapter, we're going into the battlefield, because you're not just thinking in a vacuum. You're thinking in an environment designed to manipulate you. We're going to dissect how information warfare works and how to build immunity to it. Your mind is under attack every single day. It's time to learn how to defend it.
Chapter 5. Information Literacy in the Age of Manipulation. You're being lied to right now. Not by me, by almost everyone else. And the most dangerous part? You believe you can tell the difference between truth and manipulation. You can't. Let me prove it. I'm going to describe 2 scenarios. Both are real news stories from the past year. Scenario A. Study shows that 73% of participants experienced significant improvement using this method. Scenario B. Study shows that 27% of participants experienced no improvement using this method. Which sounds more compelling? Which would you be more likely to trust? They're the exact same data, just framed differently. And your brain responds differently to each framing, even though the information is identical. That's how manipulation works. It doesn't usually involve outright lies. It involves selective truth, strategic framing, and exploiting the way your brain processes information. And it's not just happening in news media. It's everywhere. In marketing, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. They don't tell you they surveyed 10 dentists who work for the company. In politics, cherry-picked statistics that support a narrative while ignoring context. In social media, algorithmic curation that shows you content designed to trigger engagement, anger, fear, outrage, rather than content that's accurate or important. In your workplace, presentations that highlight successes and bury failures. You're swimming in an ocean of information warfare, and most people don't even know they're wet. Here's what makes this terrifying. The manipulation techniques are becoming more sophisticated while our ability to detect them remains stuck in the 20th century. You learned in school to check your sources and look for bias. That's adorable and completely insufficient. Modern information manipulation doesn't rely on biased sources. It uses legitimate sources with selective framing. It doesn't show you false data, it shows you real data stripped of context.
It doesn't present obvious propaganda. It creates sophisticated narratives that feel like discovery rather than persuasion. Think about the last time you shared something on social media. Something that made you angry or excited. Something that confirmed what you already believed about how wrong those people are. Did you verify it? Honestly. Or did it feel true, so you accepted it as true, and then shared it to signal your tribal affiliation? If you're being honest, you know the answer. And that's not because you're stupid. It's because your brain is operating with verification systems designed for a world where information was scarce and expensive. If someone went through the effort to publish something in print, it probably had some vetting. That world is gone. Now, information is infinite and free. The barrier to publication is zero. Anyone can create content that looks authoritative. Professional-looking websites, official-sounding language, charts and graphs, quotes from experts, all manufactured in minutes. And your brain still treats published as a proxy for verified. It's not. Let me show you how deep this goes. You read an article about a health study. The headline says, "Coffee linked to longer life." Your brain files this away as fact. You feel good about your coffee habit. Maybe you share the article. But what you didn't see, the study was correlational, not causal. People who drink coffee might just have healthier lifestyles, overall. The sample size was 200 people, not statistically significant. The study was funded by a coffee industry trade group. The link was a 2% difference, within margin of error. 17 other studies showed opposite results, but this one got media coverage because it was counterintuitive. You didn't lie to yourself. You were lied to through selective presentation, and you didn't have the literacy to recognize it. This happens hundreds of times a day across every domain: business news, political coverage, health information, scientific findings, social media posts. You're forming beliefs and making decisions based on manipulated information while believing you're informed. Here's the pattern most people follow. Encounter information that aligns with existing beliefs. Feel a small dopamine hit. Confirmation feels good. Accept the information with minimal scrutiny. Share it to signal tribal affiliation. Defend it when challenged because now it's part of identity. Seek more information that confirms it. Confirmation bias loop. You're not learning, you're reinforcing. And the people who understand this pattern are exploiting it for profit, power, and influence. The scariest part? The smartest people are the most vulnerable. Intelligence makes you better at rationalizing. When you encounter information that contradicts your beliefs, your intelligent brain constructs sophisticated arguments for why the information must be wrong. You're not thinking critically. You're thinking defensively. And you're so good at it that you can't tell the difference. So what do? How do you think clearly in an environment designed to make you think poorly?
You need a new operating system for information processing. Here it is: the Information Literacy Framework, S.I.F.T. This is based on research by information literacy experts who study how people actually, not theoretically, evaluate information in the wild. S.T.O.P. The moment you encounter information that triggers an emotional response, especially if it confirms what you already believe or makes you angry at your outgroup, stop. Don't share. Don't comment. Don't even continue reading yet. That emotional response is a warning light. It means your brain is in affective override. Emotion is driving the car, and critical thinking is locked in the trunk. Literally pause. Take 3 breaths. Create space between stimulus and response. I. Investigate the source. Not just, is this a legitimate news organization? That's not enough anymore. Ask, who created this content and what's their motivation? What's their track record on this topic? Who funds them? What do credible sources say about this source? Here's the key technique: lateral reading. Don't just read the article, post itself. Open new tabs. Search for
source name credibility, or source name bias. See what other credible organizations say about this source. Fact checkers, media bias organizations, subject matter experts. This takes 60 seconds. Most people don't do it. That 60 seconds is the difference between being informed and being manipulated. F. Find better coverage. If this is a real story, other credible sources will be covering it too. Search for the core claim. If you find multiple credible sources saying the same thing, the claim is likely accurate. Only partisan or low credibility sources? Major red flag. Credible sources saying something different. You're seeing selective framing. Pay special attention to what's missing from the original source. What context did they leave out? What contradicting information exists? T. Trace claims to original context. Most viral content is decontextualized, a quote, a statistic, a video clip. Your job is find the original source. Someone quotes a study? Find the actual study, not just the press release. Someone shares a video clip? Find the full video. Someone cites a statistic? Find the original data source. At least 50% of the time, the original context completely changes the meaning. Example: viral claim. Expert says masks don't work. Full context. Expert said masks don't work if worn improperly and then spent 10 minutes explaining proper usage. The viral version is technically accurate, those words were said, but functionally deceptive. The meaning is reversed. Trace to source every single time. Advanced level. The pre-bunking framework. Don't just react to manipulation. Develop immunity to it. Study the techniques. The most common manipulation strategies are false dichotomy, you're either with us or against us. Reality, most issues have multiple positions and nuanced middle ground. Emotion hijacking. Content designed to trigger fear, anger, or moral outrage bypasses critical thinking. Defense, notice when you feel intense emotion. That's your signal to slow down, not speed up. Cherry-picked data. Selecting only data that supports the claim while ignoring contradicting data. Defense, always ask, what data would disprove this claim, and why isn't it mentioned? Appeal to authority. Experts say, without identifying which experts or their actual credibility. Defense, name the expert, check their credentials, see if expert consensus agrees. Anecdote as evidence. I know someone who. Personal stories feel compelling but aren't data. Defense, distinguish between anecdote, interesting, and evidence, statistically significant. Correlation as causation. A happened, then B happened, therefore A caused B. Defense, ask, what other factors could explain this? What would we need to prove causation? Moving goalposts. When evidence contradicts the claim shifts rather than being abandoned. Defense, notice when arguments keep changing. That's a sign the conclusion came first and arguments are being retrofitted. The 5-question shield. Before accepting any claim as true, run it through these 5 questions. Number 1. What's the actual claim being made? Force precision. Vague claims are harder to verify and easier to defend when challenged. Number 2. What evidence supports this, and is it the right kind of evidence? Anecdote, correlation, controlled study, expert opinion? Some evidence types are stronger than others. Number 3. What's the strongest argument against this claim? If you can't articulate the counterargument, you don't understand the issue well enough to have an informed opinion. Number 4. What would change my mind about this? If the answer is nothing, you're not thinking, you're defending identity. Number 5. Who benefits from me believing this? Follow the incentives. Cui bono? Understanding motivation helps you spot manipulation.
The source credibility hierarchy. Not all sources are equal. Here's how to rank them. Tier 1. Highest credibility. Peer-reviewed research in reputable journals. Subject matter experts with relevant credentials and no conflicts of interest. Established news organizations with strong fact-checking track records. Primary source documents. Tier 2. Moderate credibility. Expert opinion, but verify expertise and check for bias.
established news organizations with some track record of errors, well-sourced analysis pieces, government or institutional reports, but check for political influence. Tier 3. Low credibility. Partisan sources, not always wrong, but always filtered through ideology. Sources with financial conflicts of interest. Anonymous or unclear authorship. Sources with poor fact-checking records. Tier 4. No credibility. Social media posts without verification. Viral content with no original source. Known misinformation sites. Content designed purely for engagement or outrage. When sources from different tiers disagree, weight the higher tier more heavily. The information diet. You are what you consume, not just food, information. If your information diet consists primarily of social media feeds, partisan news sources, viral content, opinion pieces masquerading as news, your thinking will be distorted, reactive, and tribal. The healthy information diet. 30% primary sources, original research, official documents, full speeches, not clips, raw data. This is hard work. Do it anyway. 30% depth over breadth, long-form journalism, books, detailed analysis, things that take time to consume and digest. 20% diverse perspectives. Intentionally seek out intelligent people who disagree with you, not to defeat them, but to understand them. 20% synthesis and reflection. Time spent thinking about what you've learned, writing, discussion, integration. 0% junk information, rage bait, clickbait, engagement optimized content. Treat it like junk food. Occasional is fine, but it can't be your diet. Advanced application, the information forensics process. When something really matters, a major decision, a significant belief, something you're going to act on, go deep. Level 1, surface verification. SIFT protocol, basic fact-checking, multiple source confirmation, credibility check. Level 2, structural analysis. What's the argument structure? Is it logically sound? What assumptions are unstated? What evidence would disprove this? What's missing from this account? Level 3, meta-analysis. What's the broader context? How does this fit with established knowledge in the field? What do systematic reviews or meta-studies say? What's the expert consensus? Level 4, incentive mapping. Who benefits from this narrative? What are the financial incentives? What are the political incentives? What are the social or tribal incentives? Most claims fall apart before you reach level 4. The ones that survive all 4 levels are worth integrating into your worldview. The master skill, intellectual humility. Here's what separates the truly informed from the confidently wrong. The ability to say, I don't know. The willingness to hold beliefs provisionally. The practice of updating beliefs when better evidence emerges. Most people treat beliefs like possessions. Once acquired, they defend them. They identify with them. Changing a belief feels like losing. Masters treat beliefs like tools. When a better tool appears, they upgrade. No ego, no defensiveness, just constant refinement. The belief audit practice. Once a quarter, review your strongly held beliefs. For each one, ask, what evidence originally convinced me of this? What evidence would change my mind? When's the last time I genuinely engaged with the strongest counterargument? Am I defending this belief because it's true, or because changing it would be socially costly? If I learned this belief was wrong tomorrow, what would I wish I'd known today? This practice is psychologically difficult. Your brain will resist. It will find reasons why this belief is different, special, obviously true. Push through. The beliefs that survive genuine scrutiny become stronger. The ones that don't, you just saved yourself from building your life on false premises. The truth about information. We're living through the most information-rich period in human history. And somehow, people seem more confused, more polarized, more confidently wrong than ever. That's not paradoxical. It's predictable. More information doesn't automatically mean better thinking. It means more opportunities to find information that confirms what you already believe. The solution isn't to consume more information, it's to develop better information processing systems. Think of yourself as a signal processor. Your job isn't to absorb everything. Your job is to filter noise and extract signal. Most of what's flowing toward you is noise, designed to trigger, not inform, optimized for engagement, not accuracy. You need ruthless filters. You need verification systems. You need intellectual humility and constant skepticism, not cynicism, but healthy doubt. The price of clear thinking in the information age is eternal vigilance. But the reward? You stop being manipulated. You stop forming beliefs based on lies. You stop making decisions based on distorted information. You start seeing clearly. And in a world where most people are stumbling through fog, clarity is a superpower. Next, we're going to tackle the hardest cognitive skill of all, making good decisions when you don't have complete information. Because you never have complete information. And waiting for certainty is just another form of paralysis.
Love what you're hearing? Hit that subscribe button and join our community of audiobook lovers. Your support helps us bring you more amazing stories.
Chapter 6. Decision-making under uncertainty.
You're waiting for certainty that will never come. Right now, there's a decision you're avoiding. Maybe it's a career move. Maybe it's a relationship conversation. Maybe it's a financial choice or a health decision. And you're telling yourself you need more information, more time, more clarity. You're lying to yourself. Here's the brutal truth. You will never have complete information. You will never have perfect certainty. And waiting for either is not prudence. It's paralysis dressed up as wisdom. The people who seem to make brilliant decisions aren't sitting on mountains of perfect data. They're making moves with incomplete information and adjusting as they go. The difference between them and you isn't access to information, it's tolerance for uncertainty. Let me paint you a picture of how most people make decisions. They gather information endlessly. They analyze. They create pro and con lists. They consult everyone they know. They research more. They think about it. They wait for a sign. They tell themselves they're being careful. Meanwhile, the opportunity expires. The window closes. The decision gets made through inaction, which is still a decision, just the worst kind. Or this, they finally make a decision, but because they haven't built confidence in their decision-making process, they immediately start second-guessing. They ruminate. They look for evidence they were wrong. They spiral into decision regret before they even see the results. Both patterns stem from the same core issue. You don't trust your ability to make good decisions under uncertainty. So, you avoid deciding, or you decide and torture yourself afterward. Neither approach works. Here's what you need to understand. Uncertainty isn't a temporary condition you need to wait out. It's the permanent condition of human existence. You chose your career without knowing if it would fulfill you. You chose your partner without knowing who they'd become in 20 years. You chose where to live without knowing all the opportunities you were giving up elsewhere. Every significant decision you've ever made was made under uncertainty. And you survived them all. Even the ones that didn't work out how you hoped, you adapted, you learned, you moved forward. The problem isn't that you're bad at deciding under uncertainty. The problem is that you haven't systematized it. You're using intuition and emotion and avoidance instead of a framework. Watch what happens when someone operates without a framework. They're considering a job offer.
The new job pays more, but requires relocation. They ask everyone they know for advice. They get contradictory input. They make a spreadsheet of pros and cons. The lists are roughly equal. They're stuck. So they keep gathering information. They visit the new city. They research schools. They create more detailed spreadsheets. None of this moves them closer to a decision, because the real issue isn't information, it's values and priorities, which no amount of data can resolve for you. Meanwhile, someone with a decision framework approaches the same situation differently. They identify what they're optimizing for: family stability, career growth, financial security. They determine their minimum acceptable outcomes. They assess the reversibility of the decision. They set a decision deadline. They choose, they commit, they adapt as needed. Same uncertainty, completely different experience. One person is paralyzed by uncertainty, the other is liberated by a process that works despite uncertainty. The difference isn't courage, it's systems. Here's how you build decision-making capability that functions under uncertainty. The decision framework. Rapid. This framework works for everything from small daily choices to life-altering decisions. R. Recognize the decision type. Not all decisions are equal. Trying to make a reversible decision with the same process as an irreversible one wastes time and creates unnecessary anxiety. Type 1. Reversible decisions. Low cost to reverse if wrong. Most decisions are this type. Examples: what to order for lunch, which book to read next, what time to schedule a meeting. Strategy: decide fast, experiment, adjust. Type 2. Consequential but reversible. Significant impact but can be changed later, though with some cost. Examples: taking a new job in the same city, starting a new project, trying a different approach to a problem. Strategy: do moderate due diligence, make the call, monitor results, pivot if needed. Type 3. High stakes, low reversibility. Difficult or impossible to reverse. Examples: marriage, having children, selling a business, major relocation, ending a long-term relationship. Strategy: deep analysis, multiple perspectives, extended timeline, but still ultimately a choice made under uncertainty.
Most people treat Type 1 decisions like Type 3, overthinking everything, or treat Type 3 decisions like Type 1, impulsive choices they regret. The first step is correctly categorizing what you're facing. A. Articulate your criteria. This is where most people fail. They try to decide without first clarifying what they're deciding based on. You can't evaluate options until you know what you're optimizing for. The criteria clarification process. List your values in this domain. For a career decision: growth, compensation, work-life balance, impact, autonomy, learning, status, security. Force rank them. This is painful. Your brain wants everything. All of these matter. Too bad. If you're optimizing for everything, you're optimizing for nothing. Which one is most important? Second, third. Define your minimum acceptable threshold for each. Not your ideal, your minimum. I need at least X dollars to maintain my lifestyle. I need at least Y hours of family time per week. I need at least Z amount of creative autonomy. Now you have a decision framework specific to this choice. P. Predict outcomes probabilistically. Your brain wants certainty. This will work or this won't work. Reality offers probability. This has a 60% chance of working, a 30% chance of mixed results, and a 10% chance of failing badly. The probabilistic thinking process. For each option, estimate. Base rate. What happens to most people who make this choice? Not what happened to your friend's cousin's exceptional case. What's the statistical norm? If you're considering starting a business, the base rate is that most small businesses fail within 5 years. That doesn't mean yours will, but it's your starting point. Your adjustment factors. What makes your situation different from the base rate? Relevant experience, resources, market timing, unique advantages. These adjust your probability up or down from the base rate. Expected value. Probability of outcome,
times value of outcome. Example: option A, 70% chance of moderate success, value +5, 30% chance of failure, value -2. Expected value, 0.7 times 5 plus 0.3 times -2 equals 3.5 minus 0.6 equals 2.9. Option B has 40% chance of major success, value +10, 60% chance of minimal success, value +1. Expected value, 0.4 times 10 plus 0.6 times 1 equals 4.0 plus 0.6 equals 4.6. B has higher expected value despite lower probability of the best outcome. This is how professional poker players, investors, and strategists think, not in certainties but in probabilities and expected values. I. Identify your reversibility options. How wrong can you be and still recover? This is the key question most people never ask. The reversibility audit. For each option, determine: what's the commitment level? Time. How long before you can reassess? Money. What's sunk versus recoverable? Reputation. What social or professional costs exist? Opportunity. What are you closing off? What are the exit ramps? If this doesn't work out, how do you get back to neutral or move to a different option? What's the worst-case scenario and can you survive it? Not just financially, emotionally, professionally, relationally. If the answer is, I can survive the worst case, the decision becomes much easier. Example: you're offered a job in a new city. Worst case, the job is terrible and you quit after 6 months. You spent money on moving. You've disrupted your social life. You need to find a new job. Can you survive this? If yes, the downside is bounded. The decision has a safety net. Compare this to a different scenario. You're considering investing your life savings in a single speculative asset. Worst case, you lose everything. Can you survive this? Maybe not. The second decision requires much higher confidence because the downside is catastrophic. D. Decide and commit. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Set a decision deadline, gather your information, apply your framework, then choose. And here's the critical part. Once you decide, commit fully. The decision commitment protocol. 1. Make the decision explicit. Write it down. Tell someone. Make it real. 2. Identify your metrics. How will you know this is working? What will you measure? When will you evaluate? 3. Close the mental loop. Stop researching. Stop second-guessing. You've made your choice with the best information available. Redirect that mental energy to execution. 4. Build in review points. This isn't decide and never reconsider. It's decide, commit, execute, and review at predetermined intervals. Set specific review points. I'll evaluate this decision in 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months based on these specific metrics. This gives you permission to stop ruminating now because you know you have structured reflection points later. Advanced technique. Pre-commitment strategies. The moment of decision isn't your weakest point. The moment after decision, when doubt creeps in, is. Protect your decisions with pre-commitment. Ulysses contracts. Like Ulysses tying himself to the mast to resist the sirens, create external constraints that keep you committed. Tell people about your decision, social accountability. Put money down, financial commitment. Burn bridges strategically. Remove easy retreat options. Schedule the next steps immediately. Momentum. If-then planning. Pre-decide how you'll handle predictable challenges. If I feel doubt in week 2, then I will reread my decision journal entry explaining my reasoning. If someone questions my choice, then I will explain my framework rather than defending emotionally. If I see early negative results, then I will review my metrics before making any changes. This removes decision-making from moments of stress or emotion. The regret minimization framework. When you're truly stuck between options, use this technique from Jeff Bezos. Project yourself to age 80.
Look back at your life. Which choice are you less likely to regret? Not which one might work out better, which one would you regret not trying? This cuts through analysis paralysis because regret is often more about paths not taken than paths that didn't work out. Example, should I take the safe corporate job or start my own business? At 80, which regret would haunt you more? I stayed safe and comfortable but never tried building something of my own. Or, I tried building a business, it failed, but I learned and eventually found success elsewhere. For most people, the first regret is heavier.
This doesn't mean always choose the risky option. It means choose the option whose failure mode you can accept. The speed-quality trade-off. Here's a principle elite decision-makers use. For type 1 decisions, reversible, low stakes, decide fast. Speed is quality. The cost of deliberation exceeds the cost of being wrong. For type 3 decisions, irreversible, high stakes, take your time, but set a deadline. Quality matters, but infinite deliberation is just avoidance. For everything else, use the 70% rule. When you have 70% of the information you think you need, decide. Why 70%? Because getting to 100% is usually impossible. The last 30% takes disproportionate time. The environment is changing while you deliberate. Speed has its own value. Most people wait for 90–95% certainty, and by the time they get there, the opportunity has expired. Advanced application, decision journals. This practice transforms your decision-making over time. Before each significant decision, write date and context. What's the decision? Why now? Options considered. What are the real alternatives? Force yourself to generate at least 3. Criteria and rankings. What matters most? How do options rank on each criterion? Expected outcomes. What do I predict will happen with each option? With what probability? My decision and reasoning. What did I choose and why? What am I optimizing for? What's my primary goal here? Worst case planning. If this goes badly, how will I handle it? Review date. When will I evaluate this decision? Then, at your review date, add what actually happened. Results versus predictions. What I learned about the situation, about my decision-making, about my blind spots. What I do differently, not with hindsight bias, but what genuinely improves my process. After 6 months of decision journaling, patterns emerge. You discover you consistently overestimate certain risks. You notice you avoid decisions in specific domains. You see which types of decisions you make well versus poorly. You identify your personal biases and blind spots. This feedback loop is how you actually improve. Most people make the same decision-making errors their entire lives because they never systematically review their process. The master practice, separating decision quality from outcome quality. This is the most important concept in decision-making. A good decision can have a bad outcome. A bad decision can have a good outcome. You can make the right call based on available information and still get unlucky. You can make a terrible call and get lucky. The amateur judges their decisions by outcomes. When things work out, they assume they decided well. When things fail, they assume they decided poorly. This is wrong, and it prevents learning. The professional evaluation. After any significant decision, ask process questions. Did I use a sound framework? Did I gather appropriate information? Did I account for my biases? Did I consider alternatives? Was my reasoning solid given what I knew? Outcome questions. What happened? Why did it happen? What was predictable versus random? What can I learn? If your process was sound, but the outcome was poor, you don't abandon the process. You might adjust it, but you don't throw it out because of bad luck. If your process was flawed, but the outcome was good, you don't convince yourself you're brilliant. You got lucky. Luck runs out. Example. You invested in a startup after thorough due diligence. Strong team, growing market, solid financials, reasonable valuation. The startup failed due to an unforeseeable regulatory change. Bad outcome. But was it a bad decision? No. You made a reasonable choice with good information. The outcome was unlucky, but the process was sound. Contrast this with, you bought a lottery ticket and won. Good outcome. But was it a good decision? No. The expected value was negative. You got lucky, but the process was poor. Professionals separate these. Amateurs don't. The ultimate truth. Uncertainty is not your enemy. Paralysis is. The cost of waiting for perfect information almost always exceeds the cost of making a good enough decision and adjusting course. You will make wrong decisions, that's guaranteed. The question is, will you make them through conscious, systematic choice or through passive avoidance? The person who decides and acts has agency. The person who waits for certainty has surrendered agency to circumstance. Build your framework, trust your process, make the call, monitor the results, adjust as needed. That's not recklessness. That's how you navigate reality. Because reality doesn't wait for you to feel ready. It keeps moving. And the people who win aren't the ones with perfect information. They're the ones who can make good decisions despite imperfect information and keep making them rapidly, repeatedly, getting better with each iteration. You can become that person, but only if you stop waiting for certainty that will never arrive.
Chapter 7. The Logic of Emotion. You think emotions are the enemy of rational thought. You're wrong. Let me say that again. You're completely wrong about how emotion and reason relate to each other. Here's the narrative you've been sold. Emotions are primitive, irrational. They cloud judgment. Real intelligence means suppressing emotion and making decisions based purely on logic and reason. That sounds sophisticated. It's actually neuroscientific nonsense. People who suffer damage to the emotional centers of their brain, the areas that generate feelings, don't become hyper-rational decision-making machines. They become paralyzed, unable to make even simple choices. They can analyze options intellectually, but without emotional input, they can't actually decide. Because here's what emotions actually are. Incredibly sophisticated data processing systems that have evolved over millions of years to help you navigate complex social and environmental challenges. Your fear isn't stupidity. It's an ancient threat detection system running probability calculations faster than your conscious mind can track. Your anger isn't irrationality. It's a boundary violation alert, signaling that something important to you is being threatened or disrespected. Your anxiety isn't weakness. It's your brain running future simulations and flagging potential problems. The issue isn't that you have emotions. The issue is that you don't understand them, so they run wild instead of providing useful information. Let me show you what I mean. You're about to give a presentation. Your heart is racing, your palms are sweaty, your stomach is tight. You interpret this as, I'm terrified, I can't do this, something is wrong. That interpretation, that's the problem, not the physical sensations. Your body is preparing you for performance. Increased heart rate means more oxygen to your brain and muscles. Sweaty palms mean better grip. Stomach tension means energy being redirected to essential systems. This is your nervous system optimizing you for challenge. But because you've been taught that these sensations mean fear, and fear means danger, you spiral into anxiety about your anxiety. The emotion isn't the problem. Your relationship with the emotion is. Watch what happens when someone understands emotional logic. Same presentation, same physical sensations, different interpretation. My system is activating. I'm getting ready. This energy will help me perform. Same emotion, completely different outcome. Or this, you're in an argument with your partner. You feel anger rising, heat in your chest, tension in your jaw, impulse to say something cutting. Most people at this moment do one of two things. Option 1, they suppress it. I shouldn't feel angry, anger is bad, I need to be rational. They push the emotion down, it doesn't disappear,
It goes underground and emerges as passive aggression, resentment, or explosion. Option 2, they express it impulsively. Whatever they're feeling, they say it. They justify it as being authentic or honest communication. They damage the relationship and blame their emotions. Both options fail because both treat emotion as the problem. Here's what emotional intelligence actually looks like. You feel the anger. You recognize it as a signal. Something about this situation violates my values or boundaries. You don't suppress it. You don't express it impulsively. You decode it. What specifically triggered this? What boundary feels violated? What do I actually need here? Now you can communicate. When you said X, I felt angry because it seemed to dismiss something important to me. What I need is Y. You use the emotion as data. You didn't suppress it or obey it. You translated it into useful information. That's emotional logic. Here's the truth most people never learn. Every emotion contains information, but you have to speak the language to access it. You are walking around receiving sophisticated signals from one of the most advanced processing systems in your body, and you're treating those signals as either noise to ignore or commands to obey. Neither works. Think about the last time you made a decision you regretted. Really examine it. I'm willing to bet one of two things happened. Pattern 1, you had a gut feeling something was wrong, but you ignored it because you couldn't explain it rationally. You told yourself you were being paranoid or emotional. You overrode the signal, and later discovered your intuition was right. Pattern 2, you felt a strong emotional pull towards something, desire, excitement, urgency, and you let that emotion make the decision without any critical analysis. You justified it after the fact, but the emotion drove the car. In the first case, you dismissed emotional data you should have investigated. In the second case, you let emotional impulse override rational analysis. Both are failures of integration. The goal isn't to eliminate emotion from decision-making. It's impossible, and even if it were possible, it would be stupid. The goal is to integrate emotional intelligence with critical thinking. Your emotions are giving you information your conscious mind doesn't have access to. They're pattern matching against millions of previous experiences. They're running social calculations. They're monitoring your values alignment. They're tracking threat levels. But they're delivering this information in the language of feeling, not words. And if you don't speak the language, you either ignore the message or let it control you.
Here's how you develop emotional logic. The Emotional Decoding Framework. Name. N. Notice the emotion. This sounds simple. It's not. Most people are so disconnected from their emotional state that they don't even register what they're feeling until it's overwhelming. You're irritated for 3 hours before you consciously recognize, I'm angry. You're anxious for days before you admit, I'm scared. You're grieving for weeks before you acknowledge, I'm sad. The noticing practice. Set random alerts on your phone 3 to 4 times daily. When the alert sounds, stop and ask, what am I feeling right now? Not what you think you should feel, what you actually feel. Name it specifically, not just bad or stressed. Get precise. Anxious, angry, frustrated, disappointed, overwhelmed, embarrassed? Where in your body do you feel it? What's the intensity on a scale of 1 to 10? After 30 days of this practice, you develop what psychologists call emotional granularity, the ability to distinguish between similar emotions with precision. This matters because I'm stressed gives you no actionable information, but I'm anxious about the presentation because I'm underprepared tells you exactly what needs to happen. A. Accept without judgment. This is where most people derail. They notice the emotion and immediately judge it. I shouldn't feel this way. This is stupid. I'm being irrational. That judgment creates a secondary emotion, shame about the primary emotion. Now you're dealing with 2 problems instead of 1.
The acceptance protocol. When you notice an emotion, practice this internal dialogue. I'm feeling emotion. That's information. All emotions are valid signals, even if they're not always accurate. I don't have to act on this, but I also don't have to fight it. It's just data. This doesn't mean you endorse or wallow in the emotion. It means you stop adding resistance to it. What you resist persists. What you accept, you can work with. M. Mind for information. Now you decode. Every emotion has a message. Your job is to extract it. The decoding questions. For anxiety or fear, what threat is my system detecting? Is this threat real and present or imagined in future? What do I need to feel safe or prepared? For anger, what boundary or value feels violated? Is this anger directed at the right target, or am I displacing frustration from elsewhere? What do I actually need or want in this situation? For sadness, what loss am I processing? Real loss, anticipated loss, or symbolic loss? What does this sadness tell me I value? What support or time do I need to process this? For shame, what standard or expectation did I violate? Real or imagined? Is this standard actually mine, or did I internalize it from someone else? What would self-compassion look like here? For excitement or joy, what's creating this positive state? How can I create more of this? Is there useful information here about my values or direction? For guilt, did I actually violate my own values or someone else's expectations? If I violated my values, what amends or changes are needed? If this is false guilt, what boundary needs to be set? Notice what happens when you do this. The emotion stops being a problem to solve and becomes data to use. E. Execute wisely. Now you have information. What do you do with it? This is where integration happens. You combine emotional intelligence with critical thinking. The integration process. Step 1. Validate the signal. Emotions aren't always accurate. They're fast, pattern-matching systems that sometimes produce false positives. Ask, is this emotional signal based on current reality, or is it triggered by past patterns? Example, you feel intense anxiety before a meeting with your boss. Is it because there's real danger, or because your boss reminds you of a critical parent and your system is firing an old threat response? If it's pattern matching to the past, the emotion is real, but the threat isn't current. You acknowledge the feeling, but don't let it drive your behavior. Step 2. Distinguish between emotion and impulse. Feeling anger doesn't mean you should yell. Feeling fear doesn't mean you should flee. Feeling desire doesn't mean you should indulge. Emotions provide information. You still get to choose the action. The space between feeling and action. Create a decision protocol for emotional states. When I feel emotion, before I act, I will name it, identify what triggered it, determine what I actually need, choose a response aligned with my values, not just my impulse. This takes the emotion seriously without being controlled by it. Step 3. Communicate emotionally intelligent information. When emotions arise in relationships or conflicts, you need to communicate the information without dumping the raw emotion. Bad. You're such a jerk. You never listened to me. Better. I'm feeling angry right now because when I tried to explain my perspective, I felt interrupted and dismissed. What I need is to finish my thought before we move to solutions. You've translated feeling into useful communication. You've given the other person information they can act on. Advanced technique, the emotional audit. Once a week, review your emotional landscape. What emotions dominated this week? Look for patterns. Are you chronically anxious, frequently irritated, persistently sad? Chronic emotional states are signals about systemic issues, not just momentary triggers. What triggered the strongest emotional responses? These triggers reveal your values and vulnerabilities. If you felt intense anger when someone questions your expertise, that reveals you tie your identity to being seen as competent, useful information. If you felt deep joy when you helped someone solve a problem, that reveals service as a core value, also useful information. What are you not letting yourself feel? That's where important information is hiding. Men often suppress sadness and fear, defaulting to anger. Women often suppress anger, defaulting to anxiety or sadness. What are you not letting yourself feel? That's where important information is hiding. The somatic intelligence practice.
Emotions don't just exist in your head, they live in your body. Anxiety shows up as chest tightness, shallow breathing, stomach tension. Anger shows up as jaw clenching, shoulder tension, heat in the chest. Sadness shows up as heaviness, fatigue, throat constriction. Learn your body's emotional language. Body scanning. Sit quietly for 5 minutes. Mentally scan from head to toe. Notice areas of tension, pain, numbness, or activation. Ask, what emotion lives here? Often you'll discover you're carrying stress you weren't consciously aware of. Your body knew before your mind did. Somatic release. Once you identify where emotion lives in your body, you can release it physically. Tension from anger, intense physical exercise, pushing against walls, progressive muscle relaxation. Anxiety energy, deep breathing, shaking it out, literally. Grounding exercises. This isn't woo-woo. It's neurobiology. Emotions are physiological states. Addressing them somatically often works faster than cognitive processing alone. Advanced application. Emotional forecasting. Elite performers don't just react to emotions. They predict and prepare for them. The forecasting process. Before any high-stakes situation, ask, what emotions am I likely to experience? Presentation? Likely performance anxiety, excitement, maybe imposter syndrome. Difficult conversation? Likely defensiveness, anger, fear of conflict. High-pressure deadline? Likely stress, overwhelm, maybe panic. Now that you've forecasted, you can prepare. When I feel performance anxiety before the presentation, I'll interpret it as activation energy, not fear. I'll do 3 deep breaths and remind myself I'm prepared. When I feel defensive in the difficult conversation, I'll notice it as a signal my ego is activated. I'll pause, ask a clarifying question, and listen before responding. You're not eliminating the emotions. You're pre-deciding how you'll work with them. This is what separates reactive people from responsive ones. The emotion-reason integration matrix. For major decisions, use both systems. Rational analysis. What does the data say? What are the logical pros and cons? What would a completely objective outsider recommend? Emotional analysis. What does my gut say? What excites me? What creates dread? What would I regret not trying? Integration questions. Where do reason and emotion agree? Strong signal. Probably the right path. Where do they disagree? Need more investigation. What is each system seeing that the other isn't? If I follow pure reason and ignore emotion, what might I miss? If I follow pure emotion and ignore reason, what might I regret? The best decisions usually happen when both systems point the same direction. When they conflict, it's a sign you need more information or clarity. The master truth about emotion. Your emotions aren't obstacles to clear thinking. They're part of clear thinking. A human without emotion can't make effective decisions. A human ruled by emotion makes impulsive, short-sighted decisions. A human who integrates emotional intelligence with critical thinking has access to the full range of their cognitive capacity. You're not trying to become a robot.
You're trying to become someone who understands the full language of human intelligence, both the fast, pattern-matching, feeling-based system and the slow, analytical, logical system. When both systems work together, you have wisdom. And wisdom is what navigates complexity. Logic alone gives you clever answers to the wrong questions. Emotion alone gives you passion without direction. Together, they give you clarity about what matters and intelligence about how to get there. That's the synthesis you're building. Next, we're going to zoom out. Because so far, we've been thinking about individual decisions, individual patterns, individual problems. But the world doesn't work in isolated events. It works in systems. And until you can see systems, you're reacting to symptoms while the real causes stay invisible.
Chapter 8. Systems Thinking versus Linear Thinking. You're solving the wrong problems, not because you're unintelligent, because you're thinking linearly in a world that operates systemically. Let me show you what I mean. Your company is losing customers. Linear thinking asks, how do we improve our marketing? You invest in better ads, new campaigns, social media presence. You work harder. And 6 months later, you're still losing customers. Maybe at a slightly slower rate, but the problem persists. Because you treated a symptom, not the system. Systems thinking asks different questions. Why are customers leaving? What's the pattern? Is this a product issue, a customer service issue? Are we attracting the wrong customers in the first place? Is there a feedback loop we're missing? You discover that your marketing is bringing in customers who aren't a good fit for your product. They churn quickly and leave negative reviews. Those reviews make it harder to attract better fit customers. You've created a negative feedback loop. The problem wasn't marketing quality, it was marketing targeting. But you couldn't see that with linear thinking because you were looking at isolated events instead of interconnected patterns. This is happening everywhere in your life. You're tired all the time. Linear thinking, I need more sleep. You go to bed earlier. You're still tired. Systems thinking, what's the pattern? When am I most tired? What else correlates with my energy levels? Sleep quality, diet, stress, exercise, social connection? You discover you're sleeping more, but the quality is poor because you're drinking caffeine late in the day because you're tired, which disrupts your sleep, which makes you more tired, which makes you drink more caffeine. It's a reinforcing loop, and just sleeping more doesn't break it. Or this, your relationship is struggling. Linear thinking, we need to communicate better. You try to talk more. Things get worse. Systems thinking reveals the problem isn't quantity of communication, it's that when you try to communicate, one person feels criticized, gets defensive, which makes the other person feel unheard, which makes them communicate more intensely, which increases defensiveness, which escalates conflict. You're in a destructive feedback loop, where more communication actually amplifies the problem. The solution isn't talking more, it's changing the pattern of how you talk. Same issue, completely different intervention. Because you're seeing the system, not just the event. Here's what linear thinking looks like. Event happens, find direct cause, apply direct solution. Problem, sales are down. Linear cause, salespeople aren't working hard enough. Linear solution, pressure them to make more calls. This sometimes works for simple, isolated problems, but most problems we're solving aren't simple or isolated. Here's what systems thinking looks like. Pattern emerges, identify feedback loops, find leverage points, design intervention that shifts the system. Same problem. Sales are down. Systems analysis. When did it start declining? Timing. Is it across all products or specific ones? Segmentation. Is it across all salespeople or specific ones? Distribution. What changed in the market, the product, the sales process? Context. What feedback are we getting from lost deals? Information loops. You discover that 6 months ago, you changed your pricing structure. This attracted price-sensitive customers who churn quickly, and your sales team is spending more time on low-value customers. This reduces time with high-value prospects, revenue per customer drops, commission per deal drops, your best salespeople start looking elsewhere, you lose institutional knowledge, performance drops further. The solution of pressuring salespeople to work harder would accelerate the problem, not solve it. The actual leverage point is the pricing structure change. Fix that, and multiple problems resolve themselves. Linear thinking treats symptoms. Systems thinking addresses root causes. And here's why this matters more now than ever. The world is becoming more interconnected, more complex, more systemic. Individual events are increasingly the visible manifestation of invisible system dynamics. And if you can't see the system, you're perpetually surprised, perpetually reactive, perpetually solving the wrong problems. Think about your biggest recurring frustration. The problem that keeps coming back no matter how many times you fix it. That's a systems problem, and you're applying linear solutions. Your diet keeps failing. You keep gaining the weight back. Linear thinking, I need more willpower. You try harder. Same result. Systems thinking, what triggers my overeating? What emotional states? What environmental cues? What beliefs about food and self-worth are operating here? What's the feedback loop between restriction and binging? You discover that strict dieting creates feelings of deprivation, which trigger binge eating, which creates shame, which triggers more strict dieting. The solution of more restriction is actually the core of the problem. The intervention isn't more willpower. It's interrupting the shame, restriction, binge loop by changing your relationship with food and self-worth. Different problem, different solution, only visible through systems lens. Or this pattern. You keep ending up in the same type of toxic relationship. Linear thinking, I just need to choose better partners. Systems thinking, what pattern am I repeating? What am I unconsciously selecting for? What signals am I missing early? What role am I playing that enables toxic dynamics? What unhealed wound am I trying to solve through relationship? You discover you're attracted to people who need fixing because it lets you avoid your own needs. You enable their dysfunction because being needed feels like being loved. They eventually resent the caretaking. You resent the lack of reciprocity. The relationship deteriorates. You leave and find someone else who needs fixing. The problem isn't your choice of partners, it's the pattern you're unconsciously recreating. Until you change the system, your attachment patterns, your beliefs about worth, your tolerance for one-sided dynamics, you'll keep generating the same outcome with different people. Linear thinking asks, what and who? Systems thinking asks, why and what pattern? Linear thinking looks for villains and heroes. Systems thinking looks for structures and feedback loops. Linear thinking wants to fix the visible problem quickly. Systems thinking wants to understand the invisible dynamics deeply. Both have their place, but if you only have linear thinking, you're operating with half your cognitive capacity in a world that demands the full range.
Here's how you develop systems thinking. The systems thinking framework. Loops. L. Look for patterns, not events. When something happens, resist the urge to treat it as an isolated incident. Instead, ask, has this happened before? What's similar across these occurrences? What conditions are present when this problem appears? What's the trend over time? Getting better, worse, or cycling? The pattern recognition practice. Keep a problem journal. When an issue occurs, note date and description, what preceded it, context, triggers, conditions, how you responded, what resulted. After 30 to 60 days, review for patterns. Do certain problems cluster around certain conditions? Stress, specific people, time of day, etc. Do your solutions actually work, or do they provide temporary relief before the problem returns? Are you seeing the same problem in different domains of life? Example, you keep missing deadlines. Linear thinking, each missed deadline is a separate failure of time management. Systems view, you notice missed deadlines correlate with projects you said yes to when you should have said no. Underestimating complexity. No buffer time for unexpected issues. Difficulty asking for help until it's too late. The pattern reveals the system. You overcommit because you fear disappointing people. You underestimate to justify the overcommitment. You avoid asking for help because it feels like admitting incompetence. By the time you ask, it's crisis mode. The leverage point isn't better time management, it's addressing the fear of disappointing people and the belief that asking for help means incompetence. O. Observe feedback loops. Systems run on feedback loops. Understanding them is the key to understanding system behavior. Two types of feedback loops. Reinforcing loops. Amplifying. Small changes become big changes. Growth or decline accelerates. Examples: skill development, practice, improvement, enjoyment, more practice, more improvement. Positive reinforcing. Debt spiral. Debt, interest, more interest, negative reinforcing. Social media. Post gets engagement, algorithm shows it more engagement, more algorithmic promotion, reinforcing. Balancing loops. Stabilizing. The system resists change and tries to maintain equilibrium. Example: thermostat. Temperature drops, heat turns on. Temperature rises, heat turns off. Body temperature. Too hot, sweat. Cool down, stop sweating. Relationship dynamics. Too much closeness, need space. Distance, want connection, closeness. Identifying feedback loops in your life. Map any recurring problem using this template. A leads to B, which leads to C, which leads back to A or amplifies it. Example: the overwork loop. You're behind on work, you work longer hours, you get tired, your productivity drops, you fall further behind, you work even longer hours. This is a reinforcing loop spiraling downward. The solution of working more hours is part of the problem. Breaking it requires intervening at a different point in the loop. Improve productivity systems, breaks, focus techniques, eliminating distractions. Reduce commitments, saying no, delegating. Address underlying drivers, perfectionism, fear, poor boundaries. O. Observe delays. One of the most common systems failures. There's a delay between cause and effect, so you don't see the connection. You make a change. Nothing happens immediately. You assume it didn't work. You abandon it or try something else, but the original change was working, it just hadn't manifested yet. Or the reverse. You do something that feels good now, but has negative consequences later. By the time the consequences appear, you don't connect them to the original action. Common delay patterns. Health behaviors. Eating poorly feels fine today. The consequences show up in months or years. Result: linear thinkers choose immediate gratification and wonder why their health deteriorates. Exercise. Feels hard today. The benefits show up in weeks. Result: linear thinkers quit during the latent period before results compound. Relationship investment. Small acts of connection and kindness don't feel impactful daily. Over months, they create deep intimacy and trust. Result: linear thinkers neglect relationships because they don't see immediate ROI. The delay mapping exercise. For any intervention you're trying, identify the expected timeline. I expect to see results in time frame. Set checkpoint dates. I will evaluate at date 1, date 2, date 3. Define what early indicators would look like. Before the main result appears, I should see leading indicators. Commit to the timeline before evaluating. I will not judge this as success or failure until final checkpoint. This prevents premature abandonment of strategies that would have worked if given time. P. Find leverage points. In any system, some interventions are far more powerful than others. Most people apply effort at low leverage points because they're obvious or easy. They work hard with minimal results. Systems thinkers find high leverage points where small changes create large effects. Donella Meadows' leverage points, from lowest to highest. Low leverage. Constants, parameters, numbers, changing the budget, adjusting the rate. Buffer sizes. Inventory, reserves. Physical structure. Infrastructure, equipment.
Medium leverage. Delays. Speeding up or slowing information flows. Negative feedback loops. Strengthening or weakening stabilizing forces. Positive feedback loops. Strengthening or weakening amplifying forces. High leverage. Information flows. Who has access to what information? Rules. Incentives, punishments, constraints. Self-organization. The ability to restructure itself. Highest leverage. Goals. The purpose or function of the system. Paradigms. The mindset out of which the system arises. Transcending paradigms. The ability to see all paradigms as partial. Practical application. Low leverage intervention. Your team is unproductive. You extend working hours. Parameter change. Medium leverage intervention. Your team is unproductive. You change the feedback loop, how progress is tracked and communicated. High leverage intervention. Your team is unproductive. You change the information flow. Everyone has access to customer feedback, not just leadership. Or change the rules. Incentives shift from hours worked to outcomes achieved. Highest leverage intervention. Your team is unproductive. You change the goal from maximize output to maximize customer value. Or you change the paradigm from productivity is individual to productivity is collaborative. Same problem, vastly different power in the intervention. Finding your leverage points. For any system problem, ask, what's maintaining this pattern? Identify the reinforcing structure. What would happen if I removed or weakened that structure? Test mentally. Where in this system do I actually have influence? Reality check. What's the smallest change that would shift the largest part of the system? Efficiency. Often the leverage point isn't where you're currently focusing. Example, the chronic lateness system. You're always late. You've tried setting earlier alarms, low leverage, parameters. Rushing more, low leverage, and create stress. Systems analysis. You consistently underestimate travel time. You say yes to just one more thing before leaving. You don't build in buffer time. Being late has few real consequences in your current environment. High leverage interventions. Change the rule. I leave at the scheduled time, not when I finish the task. Change the information. I track actual travel time for 2 weeks and build estimates from data, not optimism. Change the consequences. I create meaningful accountability. Someone picks me up, or I schedule something important after that requires punctuality. You just address the system, not the symptom. S. Synthesize the whole system. Now you bring it together. The system's mapping process. For any complex problem, create a visual map. 1. Identify key variables. What are the major elements in this system? Example, career satisfaction system, skill level, challenge level, recognition, compensation, work-life balance, growth opportunities, relationships with colleagues, alignment with values. 2. Map the connections. How do these variables influence each other? Skill level, ability to handle challenges. Challenge level, growth opportunities. Recognition, motivation, skill development effort, better performance, more recognition. Work-life balance, energy, performance, etc. 3. Identify the loops. Where are the reinforcing and balancing loops? Reinforcing, recognition, motivation, skill development, better performance, more recognition. Balancing, challenge level too high, stress, performance drops, challenge seems even harder, more stress, until you quit or burn out. 4. Find the leverage points. Where could you intervene most effectively? Maybe
Ask for challenges slightly above current skill level in the sweet spot to stay in the reinforcing loop while avoiding the stress spiral. Or improve skill development systems, training, mentorship, to handle higher challenges without stress. Or negotiate better work-life balance to increase energy, which increases capacity for challenge. 5. Test your mental model. If I intervene at point X, what should happen to variables Y and Z? Make predictions, test them, refine your model. This is how you develop accurate mental models of the systems you're operating in. Advanced application. Second-order effects. Linear thinkers stop at first-order effects. If I do X, Y will happen.
Systems thinkers consider second and third-order effects. If I do X, Y will happen, which will cause Z, which will create W. Example: linear. I'll cut costs by reducing customer service staff. This will save money. Systems. I'll cut customer service staff. Wait times increase. Customer satisfaction drops. Negative reviews increase. Acquisition costs rise. Customer lifetime value decreases. Revenue drops. I've saved $100K in salaries, but lost $500K in revenue. The second-order effects swamped the first-order savings. The second-order thinking protocol. Before any significant decision, first order, what are the immediate, direct consequences? Second order, and then what happens? What consequences flow from the first-order consequences? Third order, and then what? What patterns emerge over time? Nth order, if this plays out over years, where does it lead? Play it forward. Most bad decisions look good at first order and terrible at third order. Most great decisions look costly at first order, but compound positively over time. The master practice. Systems journaling. Once a week, choose one recurring problem and map it as a system. What's the pattern? What are the feedback loops? Where are the delays? What potential leverage points? What would a systems intervention look like versus a linear intervention? After 3 months, you'll start seeing systems everywhere. Your default thinking mode shifts from what's wrong and how do I fix it to what's the pattern and where's the leverage. That shift transforms everything. Problems that seemed impossible become solvable because you're finally addressing the actual structure, not just the symptoms. You stop fighting the same battles repeatedly because you've changed the terrain. The truth about systems. Most problems in modern life are systems problems, but most people only have linear tools. It's like trying to fix a computer by hitting it harder when you actually need to rewrite the code. Systems thinking isn't more complex, it's more accurate. It matches the tool to the reality. And once you see systems, you can't unsee them. You start noticing why organizations keep failing the same ways despite different people, why societies repeat historical patterns, why your personal struggles keep recurring despite your best efforts. It's not because people are stupid or because change is impossible. It's because the interventions are happening at the wrong level of the system. Change the system, change the outcomes. That's the power you're building. Next, we're going deeper into strategic thinking. Because understanding systems is one thing. Anticipating how other intelligent agents will behave within those systems is another level entirely. You're about to learn how to think like your opposition.
Chapter 9. Adversarial Analysis. Think like your opposition. You're operating in a world full of intelligent actors who have goals that conflict with yours, and you're thinking as if you're the only mind in the game. Let me be brutally clear. Every significant outcome in your life involves other people. People with their own agendas, their own blind spots, their own strategies. People who are thinking, adapting, and responding to what you do. And if you're not thinking about what they're thinking, you're playing chess while announcing every move 3 turns in advance. Here's what most people do. They have a goal, they make a plan based on how they think things should work, they execute the plan. They're shocked when other people don't cooperate with their strategy. I presented a logical argument. Why didn't they agree? Because they're not a logic processor. They're a human with emotions, biases, incentives, and their own perspective that's just as real to them as yours is to you. I worked harder than everyone else. Why didn't I get promoted? Because your boss isn't optimizing for who works hardest. They're optimizing for who makes them look good, who solves their problems, who fits their mental model of what a leader looks like. I was honest and straightforward. Why did they manipulate me? Because they're playing a different game than you are, and you didn't even know there was a game. This isn't cynicism. This is reality. You're not alone in the world making moves on a static board. You're in a dynamic environment where every move you make triggers responses, adaptations, and counter moves from other intelligent actors. Ignore this, and you'll be perpetually blindsided. Let me show you what I mean. You're negotiating a salary. You do your research, you know the market rate. You present your case logically. Based on market data and my performance, I deserve X. You think you're negotiating based on objective merit. Your employer is thinking, if I give them X, what precedent does that set for others? What's my budget constraint? Can I delay this conversation until next quarter? What's the minimum I can offer where they'll still say yes? What will happen if they leave? Same conversation, completely different mental game. You came with logic, they came with strategy. Guess who has the advantage? Or this, you're launching a product. You've built something great, better features than competitors, better price point. You're confident. You're thinking, this is objectively superior. Customers will obviously choose it. Your competitors are thinking, new player in the market. How do we respond? Do we lower prices temporarily to retain customers? Do we badmouth them to our distribution partners? Do we copy their best features and leverage our existing customer base? Do we acquire them before they get traction? You thought you were competing on product quality. They're competing on strategy, relationships, market positioning, and 10 other dimensions you weren't even considering. This is adversarial analysis, and if you're not doing it, you're thinking with half your brain. Here's the pattern. You make plans as if the world is static and other people are NPCs, non-player characters, who will respond predictably to your moves. They're not. They're players, with their own goals, their own intelligence, their own ability to observe what you're doing and adapt. Every business decision exists in a competitive landscape. Every relationship negotiation involves 2 perspectives, not one. Every political or social situation involves multiple actors with conflicting interests. Every career move happens in an environment where others are also trying to advance. And if you're only thinking about what you want and what you should do, you're operating blind to 80% of what determines your outcomes. Think about your last major failure or surprise. Really examine it. I'm willing to bet someone else's action caught you off guard. Someone behaved in a way you didn't predict. Someone had motivations you didn't account for. Someone was playing a game you didn't know existed. That's not bad luck. That's failure to think adversarially. Here's what adversarial thinking looks like. Before any significant move, you ask, who are the other intelligent actors in the situation? What are their goals? What information do they have? How will they respond to what I'm planning? What would I do if I were them? How can I account for their likely moves in my strategy? This isn't paranoia. This isn't assuming everyone is an enemy. This is acknowledging reality. Other people have agency. They have goals. Those goals sometimes align with yours and sometimes conflict. And they're thinking just like you are, or better. Let me show you the power of this. Scenario: you want a raise. Linear thinking: I deserve a raise based on my performance, I'll ask for one. Adversarial thinking: my boss's goal is to retain good employees while managing budget. They probably expect people to ask for raises. If I just ask, they'll probably give me a token increase to avoid losing me, but not as much as I want. What would change the game? What if I came with a competing offer? That changes their calculation. Now it's not just give a raise versus don't give a raise. It's give a competitive raise versus lose the employee and pay recruiting and training costs. But if I approach it purely as leverage, they might feel manipulated and our relationship suffers. What if I instead frame it as, I've received an offer for X, I prefer to stay here because of Y and Z, but I need to make a financial decision that makes sense for my family. What can we do? Now I've changed the game from can I get a raise to what does it cost them to keep me versus replace me while preserving the relationship? Same goal, completely different strategy because you thought about their perspective and incentives, not just your own. Scenario: you're in a conflict with a colleague. Linear thinking: they're being difficult. I need to tell them why they're wrong. Adversarial thinking: why are they taking this position? What do they gain from it? What do they fear losing? How do they see me? What information might they have that I don't? If I attack their position directly, they'll get defensive and dig in. What if instead I tried to understand their underlying goal and found a way we both win? What if the conflict isn't even about what we think it's about, but about status, recognition, or fear? How does that change my approach? You just transformed a win-lose conflict into a potential collaboration because you thought about their mental model, not just your own. This is the shift from what should I do to what will happen when I do it given what others are likely to do in response. From what's the right answer to what's the right answer given how others are playing the game. From how do I win to how do all the players define winning? And where can I create value or competitive advantage given that? Most people never make this shift. They remain locked in first-person perspective their entire lives, wondering why they keep being surprised by irrational behavior that would have been perfectly predictable if they'd thought about it from the other person's position.
Here's how you develop adversarial analysis. The Adversarial Thinking Framework, S.C.O.P. S. Stakeholder mapping. First, you need to know who the players are. For any significant situation, ask, who are all the intelligent actors who can influence this outcome? Don't just list the obvious ones. Include direct participants, people in the room, people in the negotiation, indirect influencers, decision makers behind the scenes, advisors, stakeholders, competitive actors, people with conflicting goals, neutral parties who could become involved, regulators, media, bystanders who could be activated. The stakeholder map. For each actor, document their stated goals, what they say they want, their likely actual goals, what they probably really want, which may differ, their constraints, what limits their options, their information, what they know and don't know, their power, what influence they have, their relationship to you, ally, opponent, neutral, unknown. Example, job negotiation. Actor 1, hiring manager. Stated goal, hire the best candidate. Actual goals, fill position quickly, stay within budget, hire someone who makes them look good, minimize risk. Constraints, budget limits, HR policies, need approval from their boss. Information, they know your resume, not your other offers or minimum acceptable salary. Power,
High for this decision, but not absolute. Relationship. Potentially aligned if you make them look good, but adversarial on compensation. Actor 2. HR representative. Stated goal, fair, consistent process. Actual goals, follow policy. Avoid creating precedents that cause problems later, minimize salary costs. Constraints, company policy, equity across employees. Information, salary ranges, company constraints, possibly your desperation level. Power, can block deals that violate policy. Relationship, neutral to adversarial, protecting the company, not advocating for you. Actor 3, your future team members, if you meet them. Stated goal, find someone great to work with. Actual goals, get help with their workload, find someone competent who doesn't threaten their status. Constraints, no direct power over hiring. Information, insider knowledge about culture, real job demands. Power, their opinion influences the hiring manager. Relationship, potentially aligned if you make them look good. Now, you're not just thinking about the company. You're thinking about distinct actors with distinct goals and power. Your strategy can now account for these differences. C. Calculate incentives. People respond to incentives, not always the incentives you think, and not always rationally, but always predictably once you understand their incentive structure. The incentive analysis. For each key actor, ask, what do they gain from different outcomes? Money, status, power, security, recognition, peace, relationships, values alignment? What do they lose from different outcomes? Same dimensions. What are they measured on? This often drives behavior more than stated values. Tell me how you're measured and I'll tell you how you'll behave. What's their time horizon? Short-term thinkers and long-term thinkers make very different choices. Someone optimizing for quarterly results behaves differently than someone building for a decade. Example, why your boss makes decisions that seem short-sighted. Your boss keeps choosing quick fixes over long-term solutions. Frustrating, right? Adversarial analysis. They're measured on quarterly metrics. Their bonus depends on this quarter's performance. They're under pressure from their boss. They might be job hunting and need short-term wins. The long-term consequences will be someone else's problem. They might not even be here. Understanding this doesn't mean you agree with it, but it makes their behavior predictable and lets you strategize accordingly. Maybe you pitch your long-term solution as having a quick, visible early win that makes them look good this quarter. Or maybe you realize this boss will never prioritize long-term thinking, so you need to either accept that or move to a different environment. O. Observe from their perspective. This is where it gets psychologically difficult. You need to temporarily inhabit your opponent's or counterpart's mental model. See the situation through their eyes. Feel what they feel. Think what they think. The perspective-taking exercise. Choose a person whose behavior you want to predict. Write a journal entry from their perspective. I am, person, here's how I see this situation. Include what they're trying to accomplish, what they're worried about, how they perceive you, what information they have that you don't, what constraints they're operating under, what they think the smart move is. This is not about agreeing with them. It's about accurately modeling their thinking. Example, difficult client.
Your client keeps rejecting your proposals and demanding revisions. You're frustrated. Now, right from their perspective. I am the client. I hired this agency because my boss is breathing down my neck about this project. If it fails, I look bad, maybe lose my job. I don't fully understand what they're proposing. It's technical, and I'm afraid to admit that. When I ask for changes, it's partly because I genuinely see issues, but partly because making changes feels like I'm adding value and justifying my role. I need to show my boss that I'm managing this carefully. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to protect myself. Suddenly, their behavior makes sense, and your strategy can shift from convince them my proposal is good to help them feel confident and look good to their boss. You understand game theory. Many interactions follow predictable patterns. Game theory gives you the map. Key game structures. Zero-sum games. Your gain is their loss. One winner, one loser. Examples: sports, litigation, competing for a single promotion. Strategy: direct competition. Maximize your advantage, minimize their options. Positive-sum games. Both parties can win. Value can be created. Examples: most business deals, collaborations, healthy relationships. Strategy: find ways to expand the pie, create value for both parties, build trust. Coordination games. Success depends on aligning actions. Examples: setting standards, meeting coordination, team projects. Strategy: clear communication, establish norms, create common knowledge. The prisoner's dilemma. Temptation to defect versus benefit of cooperation. Repeated interactions change the optimal strategy. One-shot interaction, often optimal to defect or betray. Repeated interaction. Cooperation usually wins long-term. Application. In a one-time negotiation with someone you'll never see again, aggressive tactics might work. In an ongoing relationship, colleague, client, partner, aggressive tactics destroy long-term value. Knowing which game you're in determines your strategy. The game theory diagnostic. Before any strategic interaction, what type of game is this? Zero-sum, positive-sum, coordination? Is this one-time or repeated? Which changes cooperation incentives? What's my dominant strategy? Best move regardless of what they do. What's their dominant strategy? Best move regardless of what I do. What's the Nash equilibrium, where neither party wants to change their strategy? Can I change the game structure, turn zero-sum into positive-sum, etc.? Example: you and a colleague both want the same promotion. Looks like zero-sum, only one can win. But what if you reframe it? What if we both exceed expectations so dramatically that they create two positions or promote us at different times? What if we collaborate to make both of us look good, increasing both our chances rather than sabotaging each other? You just turned a zero-sum game into a positive-sum game. That's strategic genius. T. Test and update your models. Your mental models of other people are predictions. Test them. The prediction protocol. Before any interaction where you're using adversarial analysis, write down your prediction. I predict they will do X because of incentive Y and constraint Z. Specify what evidence would prove you wrong. If they do A instead of X, my model is incorrect. After the interaction, evaluate. What happened? Was I right? If not, what did I miss? Update your model. What do I now understand about their incentives, constraints, or thinking that I didn't before? This turns every interaction into a learning opportunity. Example: you predict your boss will reject your proposal because it requires budget they don't have. They approve it. What did you miss? Maybe they have budget you didn't know about. Maybe they're willing to reallocate from elsewhere. Maybe the political benefit of this project outweighs the cost. Maybe they're planning to leave and don't care about next quarter's budget. Update your model of their priorities and constraints based on this new information. Advanced technique: red team, blue team analysis. This is how military strategists, intelligence agencies, and elite organizations think. The red team exercise. For any significant strategy or plan. Blue team, you. Develop your strategy. Red team, your opposition, you temporarily become your opponent. As red team, ask, how would I defeat blue team's strategy? What are the obvious weaknesses? What assumptions are they making that I can exploit? What would I do if I was trying to win against them? Be ruthless. Don't pull punches. Find every flaw. Back to blue team. Okay, aggressive pricing alone won't work if they can undercut us. Instead, lock in annual contracts with early customers. They can't be poached easily. Launch partnerships now before they can block us. Build customer support infrastructure visibly and market it as a differentiator. Launch in late Q4, not Q1, to get first mover advantage.
Focus on a niche segment they can't easily serve rather than going head-to-head across the board. You just anticipated competitive moves and adjusted your strategy accordingly. That's adversarial thinking.
The wargaming process. For high-stakes decisions, formalize this. Step 1. Define the scenario. What's the situation? What are you trying to accomplish? Step 2. Identify key actors. Who are the intelligent agents involved? Step 3. Assign roles. Get different people or different time blocks for yourself to inhabit different actor perspectives. Step 4. Play out the scenario. Each role makes moves based on their incentives and constraints. Others respond. Continue for multiple rounds. Step 5. Analyze the patterns. What strategies emerged as dominant? What were the failure points? What were the unexpected dynamics? Step 6. Adapt your real strategy based on what you learned. This is what poker players do. Chess masters, military strategists, elite negotiators. They don't just think about their own optimal move. They think about how the other intelligent players will respond to that move and how they'll respond to those responses, multiple levels deep. Advanced application. Incentive engineering. Once you understand how people respond to incentives, you can design situations where their self-interest aligns with your goals. The incentive design framework. Instead of trying to convince people to do what you want, create conditions where what you want is what they want. Example: team performance. Weak approach. Everyone needs to work harder and collaborate better. Exhortation without incentive change. Strong approach. Change compensation from individual metrics to team metrics. Now their incentive is to help each other. Make information transparent. Everyone sees everyone's contribution. Tie manager bonuses to team retention and satisfaction, not just output. Now managers incentivize to create sustainable conditions. Create recognition systems that reward collaboration. Now status incentive aligns with desired behavior. You didn't just ask for different behavior, you made different behavior the rational choice. Example: difficult negotiation. Weak approach. Here's why you should accept my terms. Trying to convince. Strong approach. Structure the deal so that their risk is minimized. If it fails, they don't lose much. Their upside is significant. If it works, they gain meaningfully. Their alternative, BATNA, best alternative to negotiated agreement, is worse. The decision is easy for them to justify to others. They feel respected and heard in the process. You've engineered the incentive structure so that yes is the logical choice. The master practice: deliberate perspective taking. Make this a daily habit. Morning, before any significant interaction, spend 5 minutes thinking from the other person's perspective. Evening, review one interaction where you were surprised or confused by someone's behavior. Analyze it from their perspective until it makes sense. After 90 days of this practice, several things happen. You're surprised less often. Behavior becomes more predictable when you understand incentives. You negotiate better. You can address their actual concerns, not your assumptions about their concerns. You strategize more effectively. Your plans account for likely responses and countermoves. You build better relationships. When people feel understood, they trust more and cooperate better. You get less angry. When you understand why people behave as they do, frustration often transforms into strategic thinking. The ethical dimension. Now, a critical note. Adversarial thinking is a tool. Like any tool, it can be used constructively or destructively. Destructive use: manipulating people against their interests, creating zero-sum games where positive sum is possible, exploiting vulnerabilities without creating value, treating all relationships as purely transactional. Constructive use: understanding others to create mutual value, anticipating resistance to design better solutions, protecting yourself from actual bad actors, finding win-win solutions in apparent conflicts, building sustainable competitive advantages. The goal isn't to become Machiavellian. The goal is to be reality-based,
reality includes other people have agency, goals, and intelligence. Ignoring that doesn't make you ethical. It makes you naive. Understanding that allows you to create better deals where everyone genuinely wins, protect yourself from those who would exploit naivety, design systems that align incentives productively, solve conflicts by addressing actual underlying interests. The integration. Adversarial thinking works best when combined with everything you've learned so far. Mental models tell you what frameworks apply. Bias recognition helps you see where your opponent's thinking is likely distorted. Systems thinking shows you how actions and responses create feedback loops. Emotional intelligence helps you read people beyond their words. Decision-making under uncertainty helps you choose when you can't predict perfectly. Information literacy helps you separate signal from manipulation. Now add adversarial analysis. You understand not just what's happening, but how other intelligent actors will respond to what's happening. This is multidimensional thinking, and it's what separates people who consistently win from people who are consistently confused about why they lost. The ultimate principle. In chess, beginners think one move ahead. Intermediates think 3 moves ahead. Masters think until the position is clear, whether that's 1 move or 20. In life, most people don't think ahead at all. They react. They're surprised. They wonder why people are so irrational. You're becoming someone who thinks ahead, who models other minds, who predicts responses and adapts strategy accordingly. Not because you're manipulative, because you're operating in reality, where your actions trigger reactions, where other people are thinking just like you are, where games are multiplayer whether you acknowledge it or not. Understand the game, understand the players, play accordingly. That's not cynicism, that's wisdom. In the next chapter, we're going to tackle something our polarized, binary world desperately needs: the ability to think in nuance. Because most of reality exists in the gray areas, and if you can only think in black and white, you're missing most of what's actually there.
Chapter 10. The Discipline of Nuance. You're living in a world that rewards certainty and punishes nuance, and it's making you stupid. Listen to how people talk. On social media, in the news, in arguments, even in your own head. This is completely wrong. That's absolutely right. Always, never, everyone, no one. Binary thinking, black and white, all or nothing. It feels powerful. It feels certain. It signals confidence and conviction. And it's almost always wrong. Because reality doesn't operate in binaries. Reality is complex, contextual, probabilistic, and layered with exceptions, conditions, and dependencies. But your brain craves simplicity, and culture rewards it. The person who says, "It's complicated," sounds weak. The person who says, "This is the answer," sounds strong. The person who says, "It depends on context," sounds wishy-washy. The person who says, "This is always true," sounds authoritative. The person who acknowledges uncertainty sounds indecisive. The person who expresses absolute confidence sounds like a leader. So you're socially and psychologically incentivized to think in simplified binaries even when the reality demands nuance. And this is destroying your ability to think clearly. Let me show you what binary thinking looks like. Is this person good or bad? As if humans are simple moral categories rather than complex beings with virtues, flaws, context-dependent behaviors, and evolving character. Is this policy right or wrong? As if complex interventions in complex systems have simple moral valuations, rather than trade-offs, different impacts on different groups, and outcomes that depend on implementation and context. Should I stay or should I go? As if major life decisions are binary choices, rather than multidimensional evaluations with probabilistic outcomes that depend on your values, circumstances, and dozens of other variables. Binary thinking gives you the illusion of clarity, but it's false clarity. You've simplified the problem so much that you're no longer solving the real problem. You're solving a cartoon version of reality. And then you're surprised when your solutions don't work in actual reality. Here's what happens when you default to binary thinking.
In politics, my side is right, their side is wrong. You miss that most political questions involve genuine trade-offs between competing values: freedom versus security, individual rights versus collective welfare, short-term costs versus long-term benefits. Neither side has a monopoly on truth. Both sides are usually partially right and partially wrong. The wisdom is in understanding the trade-offs, not picking a team and defending everything they say. In relationships, either you're with me or against me. You miss that people can disagree with you and still care about you. They can criticize your behavior and still value you as a person. They can have different needs without being wrong. Binary thinking in relationships creates loyalty tests where nuance and honesty are punished. It destroys intimacy. In business, this strategy will work or it won't. You miss that most strategies work under certain conditions and fail under others. The question isn't, will it work, but under what conditions does it work, and do those conditions exist, or can we create them? In personal development, I'm either disciplined or I'm not. You miss that discipline is context-dependent, skill-based, and exists on a spectrum. You're probably highly disciplined in some areas and struggle in others. Understanding the nuance lets you leverage your strengths and address specific weaknesses rather than declaring yourself globally flawed. Binary thinking is cognitively lazy, and it's expensive. It costs you accurate understanding of reality. It costs you relationships with people who think differently. It costs you solutions that require integration of multiple perspectives. It costs you the ability to hold complexity, which is where most truth lives. Think about the last time you were absolutely certain about something and later discovered you were wrong. What happened? Probably this. You had simplified a complex situation into a binary. You had dismissed nuance as weakness or excuse-making. You had high confidence based on partial information. And reality, which doesn't care about your confidence, revealed the complexity you ignored. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The world is becoming more complex, not less. More interconnected, more ambiguous, more dependent on context. And the people who can't think in nuance are being left behind. Not because they're not smart, because they're using a tool designed for a simpler world. You can't navigate 21st century complexity with binary on-off thinking. You need grayscale. You need spectrum thinking. You need conditional logic. You need nuance.
Here's how you develop nuance thinking. The nuance framework. S-P-E-C-T-R-U-M. S. Seek the spectrum. Every time you find yourself thinking in binary, force yourself to find the spectrum. The practice. When you catch yourself thinking, this is X or this person is Y, stop and ask, what's the spectrum here? What are the gradations between the extremes? Example, binary. This is a good investment or a bad investment. Spectrum. Investments exist on multiple spectrums. Risk, low to high. Timeline, short-term to long-term. Liquidity, easily sold to illiquid. Growth potential, stable to explosive. Volatility, calm to wild swings. Alignment with values, fully aligned to misaligned. An investment might be high risk but high growth. Bad for someone near retirement, good for someone young with time to recover from losses. It's not good or bad. It's good or bad for someone in specific circumstances. See what just happened? You went from a binary to a multi-dimensional evaluation that's actually useful. The nuanced translation practice. Take any binary statement and translate it to spectrum thinking. Binary, she's a difficult person. Spectrum, she's very direct in communication, which I interpret as aggressive, has high standards, which creates pressure, and doesn't prioritize social harmony, which creates friction. These traits make her challenging to work with in collaborative settings, but probably make her excellent in roles requiring tough decisions or high accountability. Binary, this approach doesn't work. Spectrum, this approach works well in conditions A and B, struggles in condition C, and fails completely in condition D. It worked historically when X was true,
but is less effective now that X has changed. You just converted useless binary judgments into useful conditional analysis. P. Pursue multiple perspectives. Truth is often found not in one perspective, but in the integration of multiple perspectives. The multi-perspective protocol. For any complex question, deliberately inhabit at least 3 different perspectives. Perspective 1, your natural viewpoint. What do you see from where you stand? Perspective 2, the opposite viewpoint. What would someone who completely disagrees with you see? Perspective 3, the meta view. What would a neutral observer who values both perspectives see? Example, should I change careers? Perspective 1, your current state. I'm burned out, underpaid, and unfulfilled. I should leave. Perspective 2, devil's advocate. I have security, expertise, relationships, and benefits here. The grass might look greener but could be worse. I'm romanticizing change and minimizing risk. Perspective 3, the meta view. Both perspectives have validity. The burnout is real and has costs. The security is also real and has value. The question isn't should I stay or go, but what specific conditions would need to exist for staying to be sustainable, and are those conditions achievable? What specific information would I need to make leaving a calculated risk rather than an escape? Now you're thinking with nuance. You've integrated multiple perspectives into a more complete picture. E. Embrace and thinking. Binary thinking is either or. Nuanced thinking is both and. The both and practice. Replace or with and see what becomes possible. Binary. Should I focus on revenue or customer satisfaction? Both and. How do I build a business model where customer satisfaction drives revenue? Where are they mutually reinforcing rather than in conflict? Binary. Should I be authentic or strategic in relationships? Both and. How do I communicate authentically in ways that are also strategic? Where's the overlap between being genuine and being effective? Binary. Is this person right or am I right? Both and. What aspects of their position are valid? And what aspects of mine are valid? How do we integrate both into a more complete understanding? This isn't compromise. This isn't meeting in the middle. This is recognizing that apparent contradictions often represent different aspects of truth that need integration, not competition. Example, you need discipline and you need self-compassion. Sound contradictory. Binary thinking picks one. Either be hard on yourself, discipline, or easy on yourself, compassion. Both and thinking integrates. Discipline about behavior, compassion about worth. High standards for actions, kindness towards self when you fall short. Push yourself to grow, and be gentle with yourself in the process. Now you have the full picture instead of half-truth. C. Consider context always. Almost nothing is true in all contexts. Nuanced thinking means asking, when is this true? The context interrogation. For any claim or belief, ask, when is this true? Under what conditions, circumstances, or context does this hold? When is this false? Under what conditions does this break down? What variables determine which case we're in? What factors distinguish the context where this applies from where it doesn't? Example, failure is a learning opportunity. When is this true? When you actually reflect on what went wrong. When the failure doesn't destroy you materially or psychologically. When you have support and resources to try again. When the feedback is clear. When is this false? When you keep failing the same way without learning. When the failure is catastrophic and irreversible. When you're in survival mode and don't have bandwidth for reflection. When the lesson is, don't try, which isn't useful.
Now, instead of a platitude, failure is good for you, you have conditional wisdom. Failure can be valuable if you have the conditions to extract learning and the resilience to continue. That's nuanced thinking. T. Track trade-offs. Every choice involves trade-offs.
Nuanced thinking makes them explicit. The trade-off analysis. For any decision or position, identify: what am I optimizing for? What value or outcome is most important here? What am I trading away? What other values or outcomes am I deprioritizing? Is this trade-off acceptable given my current context and values? Example: work-life balance decision. Option 1. Work 60 hours a week on high-growth startup, optimizing for career growth, financial upside, challenge, impact. Trading away, time with family, health, hobbies, rest. Context question: is this acceptable for 2 years while kids are young? Probably not. For 2 years before kids when you're building the foundation? Maybe yes. Option 2. Work 40 hours a week at a stable company, optimizing for family time, health, stability, sustainable pace. Trading away, rapid career acceleration, potential wealth, intense challenge. Context question: is this acceptable when kids are young and presence matters? Probably yes. For an entire career, if you have strong career ambitions? Maybe not. The nuance isn't that one is right and one is wrong. The nuance is understanding the trade-offs and choosing consciously based on your current values and context, knowing those might change. R. Resist premature certainty. Confidence is useful. Premature certainty is dangerous. The calibration. For any belief or conclusion, assign a confidence level. 10 to 30%, very uncertain, just a hypothesis. 40 to 60%, moderate confidence, more information needed. 70 to 85%, high confidence, probably true but open to revision. 99 to 95%, practically certain. Reserve this for mathematical proofs and direct observation. Most people operate at 99% confident about things they've barely investigated, 50% confident about things they've spent years mastering. This is backwards. The calibration practice. Make predictions with specific confidence levels. Track whether you're calibrated. I'm 70% confident this project will launch on time. If your 70% predictions are right about 70% of the time, you're well calibrated. If your 70% predictions are right 40% of the time, you're overconfident. If your 70% predictions are right 95% of the time, you're underconfident. Calibrate yourself through feedback. U. Understand limitations. Every framework, model, and perspective has limits. Nuanced thinking acknowledges them. The limitation acknowledgement. For any strong position you hold, articulate: what would need to be true for this to be wrong? What am I not seeing from this perspective? What are the edge cases where this breaks down? This isn't weakness. This is intellectual honesty. Example: I believe in market-based solutions to most economic problems. Limitations: markets require functional regulatory frameworks. They don't self-regulate perfectly. Markets fail in areas with information asymmetry or externalities. Markets optimize for efficiency, not always equity or other values. Markets can create winner-take-all dynamics that undermine competition. Acknowledging these limitations doesn't mean abandoning the position. It means holding it with appropriate nuance and knowing when market-based solutions need supplementation or alternatives. M. Maintain provisional conclusions. Hold your beliefs firmly enough to act on them, loosely enough to update them. The provisional belief system. Think of your beliefs as your best current model rather than the truth. Language shift. Based on what I know now, I believe. My current understanding is. The evidence suggests. I'm operating on the assumption that. This isn't weakness or relativism, it's honesty about the epistemic status of your beliefs. You can act decisively on provisional beliefs, but when new evidence emerges, you can update without ego damage because you never claimed absolute certainty. Advanced technique. Steelman before you critique. Before arguing against any position, state it better than its proponents do.
The Steelman process. State the position you disagree with. Find the strongest version of that position. What's the best evidence for it? What values does it prioritize? Under what conditions would it be right? What legitimate concerns does it address? Articulate it so well that someone who holds that position would say, "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Only then critique it. Where does even the strongest version fall short? What trade-offs does it not adequately address? What contexts does it not fit?
This practice forces nuance. You can't steelman a position without understanding its logic and validity. Example, universal basic income is stupid. People will just be lazy. Steelman, then critique. The strongest case for UBI is that automation is eliminating jobs faster than new ones are created, that current welfare systems create perverse incentives and bureaucratic waste, and that providing a basic floor of security allows people to take entrepreneurial risks, pursue education, or do unpaid care work that creates social value. In a world of abundance created by technology, tying survival to employment may be outdated. The concerns I have, even with the strong version, are that the incentive effects are uncertain and could go either way. The cost is massive, and funding mechanisms could create their own economic distortions, and we might need different solutions in different contexts rather than a universal approach. I don't want to see large-scale pilots with long-term data before implementing broadly. See the difference? You've engaged with the actual idea, not a straw man. Your critique is now substantive, not dismissive. The master practice, nuanced journaling. Once a week, take a strong opinion you hold and deliberately complexify it. My binary belief, write it as simply and strongly as you currently hold it. The spectrum, where does this exist on various dimensions? The context, when is this true, when false? The trade-offs, what am I optimizing for, what am I trading away? The limitations, what are the edges where this breaks down? The opposite view, what's the strongest case against my position? And the integration, what's a more nuanced position that incorporates valid concerns from multiple perspectives? After 12 weeks of this practice, something remarkable happens. You stop thinking in binaries automatically. Your default mode becomes nuanced. You hear binary statements and immediately notice what's missing. You become intellectually allergic to oversimplification. The cultural resistance. Here's what you need to prepare for. Nuanced thinking will make you unpopular in certain contexts. Social media punishes nuance. Algorithms reward outrage and certainty. Political tribalism punishes nuance. Both sides want loyalty, not complexity. Casual conversation often punishes nuance. People want simple answers, not conditional analysis. Your response to, "What do you think about X?" with a, "It depends on context, here are the relevant variables," will sometimes be met with frustration or dismissal. The cost of nuance? You won't fit cleanly into tribes. You'll be accused of fence-sitting. You'll frustrate people who want you to pick a side. The benefit of nuance. You'll actually understand reality. You'll make better decisions. You'll build deeper relationships with other nuanced thinkers. You'll solve complex problems others can't. The choice is yours. The both and of nuance. Here's the final paradox. You need to think with nuance and act with conviction. Nuanced thinking isn't paralysis, it's clarity. You can acknowledge complexity, evaluate trade-offs, consider multiple perspectives, and still make clear decisions. In fact, your decisions will be better because they're informed by the full picture. The decision protocol. Think with nuance, consider spectrum, context, trade-offs, limitations, multiple perspectives. Decide with clarity. Given all of that, what's the best choice in this specific context? Act with conviction. Execute fully on your decision. Update with humility. When new information emerges, revise without defensiveness. This is sophisticated thinking in action. The truth about nuance. The world doesn't need more people who are certain. It needs more people who are accurate. The world doesn't need more people who can argue one side brilliantly. It needs more people who can integrate multiple sides into coherent synthesis. The world doesn't need more binary thinkers. It needs more people who can hold complexity without collapsing into oversimplification. You're becoming one of those people. And that matters more than you know. In the next chapter, we're going to address something critical. How do you maintain this kind of thinking when the world is trying to break you? Because clear thinking isn't just a skill, It's a discipline you have to protect against constant assault. Let's talk about intellectual resilience.
Love what you're hearing? Hit that subscribe button and join our community of audiobook lovers. Your support helps us bring you more amazing stories.
Chapter 11. Building Intellectual Resilience. Your thinking is under attack every single day, not by enemies, by the environment itself. You wake up and within minutes, your attention is hijacked by notifications designed by teams of psychologists to be maximally addictive. You scroll through feeds algorithmically optimized to trigger emotional reactions, not promote understanding. You encounter dozens of claims, opinions, and outrage generators before you've had coffee. You navigate work environments that reward speed over accuracy, certainty over nuance, political savvy over truth-telling. You interact with people who are exhausted, stressed, and cognitively depleted just like you. And you're trying to maintain clear thinking in this environment. It's like trying to stay clean while swimming through sewage. Here's what most people don't realize. Clear thinking isn't just a skill you learn once, it's a practice you maintain against constant degradation. Every cognitive bias you've learned to recognize, the environment is triggering it constantly. Every framework you've built, stress, fatigue, and emotion will make you forget to use it. Every discipline you've developed, the path of least resistance leads away from it. Intellectual resilience is the ability to maintain clear thinking despite cognitive load and decision fatigue, emotional stress and psychological pressure, social pressure and tribal dynamics, information overload and manipulation, uncertainty and ambiguity, failure and setbacks. Without resilience, your thinking degrades under pressure, and modern life is mostly pressure. Let me show you what intellectual collapse looks like. You're stressed about a deadline. Someone sends you an email that could be interpreted as critical. Your cognitive load is already high. You don't have bandwidth for nuanced interpretation. So you default to the simplest, most emotionally charged interpretation. They're attacking me. You fire off a defensive response without the cognitive space to consider alternatives. You've just damaged a relationship because your thinking degraded under stress. Or this. You're exhausted from weeks of high-output work. You encounter a complex decision. Normally, you'd use your decision-making framework, consider multiple angles, sleep on it. But you're depleted, so you either avoid the decision and it gets worse, or you make it impulsively based on whatever you're feeling in the moment. 3 months later, you're dealing with consequences you would have easily predicted if you'd been thinking clearly. Or this. You're in a heated political discussion. You know intellectually that most issues are nuanced, that intelligent people can disagree, that your side isn't always right. But the social pressure is intense. The tribal dynamics are activated. Everyone is looking to see which side you're on. Your intellectual framework collapses. You defend positions you haven't fully thought through. You use arguments you'd normally recognize as weak. You engage in the same binary thinking you know is flawed. Because under pressure, you regress to default mode. And default mode for most humans is simplified binary thinking, emotional reasoning, tribal loyalty over accuracy, defensive rather than curious, reactive rather than reflective. Clear thinking is your advanced operating system, but stress, fatigue, emotion, and pressure revert you to primitive operating system. Intellectual resilience is what keeps you in advanced mode even when conditions are degraded. The brutal reality. The moments when clear thinking matters most are precisely the moments when it's hardest to maintain, when stakes are high, when emotions are activated, when you're tired, stressed, or overwhelmed, when everyone around you is panicking or being irrational, when the easy answer is wrong but appealing. Amateur thinkers collapse in these moments. Masters have built systems to maintain clarity despite them. That's what we're building now. Here's how you build intellectual resilience. The Resilience Framework, ARMOR. A. Automate the fundamentals. You can't rely on willpower in high-stress moments. You need automated responses. The Automation Protocol. Identify the 3 to 5 cognitive practices that matter most. Make them so automatic that they activate even under stress.
Example set. Number 1, the pause trigger. Whenever you feel strong emotion or urgency, automatic 3-breath pause. Number 2, the perspective prompt. Whenever you're certain you're right, automatic question, what would someone smart who disagrees see? Number 3, the complexity check. Whenever something seems simple, automatic question, what am I missing? Number 4, the future self consultation. Whenever making significant decisions, automatic question, what would I want my future self to have done? Number 5, the energy audit. Whenever feeling resistance or difficulty, automatic question, is this actually hard or am I just depleted? Building automation. You don't build habits through willpower. You build them through
Trigger-response pairing. Identify the trigger, strong emotion, big decision, etc. Pair it consistently with the response. Pause, ask question, etc. Repeat until automatic. 30 to 90 days of consistency. Environmental design. Put reminders in your environment. Create checklists for high-stakes moments. Pre-commit to processes before pressure hits. Identity integration. I'm someone who pauses before responding. I'm someone who seeks disconfirming evidence. Make it part of who you are, not just what you do. R. Regulate your cognitive load. You have finite cognitive capacity. Protect it like the scarce resource it is. The Cognitive Load Management System. Track your capacity. Your thinking quality varies with your state. Know your patterns. When are you sharpest? For most people, morning, after rest, low stress. When are you most depleted? End of day, after many decisions, high stress. Schedule accordingly. Important decisions? Peak capacity times. Routine tasks? Low capacity times. Complex thinking? High capacity times. Social and emotional work when you have buffer capacity. Reduce decision load. Decision fatigue is real. Every decision depletes capacity. Strategies. Automate routine decisions. Same breakfast, same workout time, etc. Batch similar decisions together. Youth protocols for reoccurring decision types. Defer non-urgent decisions when capacity is low. Example. Obama and Zuckerberg wore the same outfit daily, not because they lack imagination, because they were preserving decision capacity for things that actually matter. Manage information intake. Information overload degrades thinking. Be ruthless about what you allow in. Information diet rules. Morning, no social media or news until after deep work. Throughout day, batch check messages, not constant monitoring. Sources. Curated high-quality sources only, not infinite scrolling. Depth over breadth. Better to understand one thing deeply than encounter 50 things shallowly. Rest is strategic. Your brain isn't a computer that runs at constant capacity. It needs recovery. Non-negotiable recovery. Sleep, 7 to 9 hours for most people, or thinking degrades. True breaks, not just switching tasks, but actual mental rest. Physical movement. Exercise improves cognitive function measurably. Social connection. Isolation degrades thinking over time. Elite performers protect recovery more fiercely than they protect work time, because they know degraded thinking produces degraded results. M. Monitor your state. You need real-time awareness of your cognitive and emotional state. The State Monitoring System. Hourly check-in. Set random alerts throughout the day. When they sound, take 30 seconds. Physical state. Energy level 1 to 10. Tension, relaxation. Pain or discomfort. Emotional state. What am I feeling? Intensity, 1 to 10. Is this emotion about now or something else? Mental state. Focus level, 1 to 10. Mental clarity versus fog. Reactive versus reflective mode. Pattern recognition. After 2 weeks of monitoring, you'll see patterns. I'm always foggy after lunch. Adjust diet or timing.
I'm most reactive between 4 and 6 p.m. Avoid difficult conversations then. I'm sharpest first 90 minutes after waking. Protect that time for important thinking. Red flag awareness. Learn your personal warning signs that thinking is degraded. Simplified binary judgments. Unusual certainty or rigidity. Emotional intensity disproportionate to situation. Physical tension or fatigue. Impulsive to act immediately. Defensive reactions to feedback. When you notice these, don't trust your thinking. Use protocols. Delay decisions. Seek input. O. Optimize for long-term sustainability. Sprint thinking works short-term. Marathon thinking requires sustainability. The sustainability framework. Know your limits. You can't operate at peak capacity continuously. Elite performers work in waves. The ultra-radian approach. 90 to 120 minutes of focused work. 15 to 20 complete break. Repeat 3 to 4 cycles per day, not 12 hours of continuous grinding. The strategic recovery. 1 full rest day per week. Actually rest, not catch-up work. 1 week per quarter at reduced intensity. Longer breaks annually. This isn't weakness. This is how you maintain high performance over decades instead of burning out in years.
Build in slack. Tight systems break under pressure. Build buffer capacity. Practical slack. Calendar. Don't book every hour. Leave thinking space. Commitments. Undercommit, over-deliver. Room for unexpected. Deadlines. Internal deadline before actual deadline. Buffer for problems. Relationships. Maintain connections before you need them. Slack isn't laziness, it's resilience engineering. Play the long game. Short-term optimization often destroys long-term capacity. Long-term thinking. Sacrifice some efficiency now for sustainability later. Build skills that compound over decades. Maintain health and relationships that support thinking. Choose growth over comfort, but sustainability over burnout. R. Resist social pressure. Your thinking will be pressured by tribal dynamics. Build immunity. The social resistance system. Know your tribes. Everyone has tribal affiliations, political, professional, social, etc. These create pressure to conform. The tribe audit. What tribes do I belong to? What beliefs does each tribe require? Where do these conflict with my actual thinking? Where am I conforming to avoid social cost? Build independence. The ability to think independently of tribal pressure requires identity independence. I'm not defined by my tribe membership. I can disagree with my tribe without being a traitor. Truth is more important than tribal loyalty. Economic independence. It's hard to think independently if you'll lose your job for it. Build financial buffer that gives you freedom to be honest. Social diversification. Don't depend on one tribe for all social connection. Build relationships across tribes. Have friends who think differently. Principled disagreement. Learn to disagree without being disagreeable. The disagreement protocol. I respect your perspective, and I see it differently. I understand why you think that, and here's where I diverge. We might have to agree to disagree on this one, and I still value our relationship. This maintains relationships while preserving intellectual honesty. Find your intellectual community. Resilience is easier with support. Build or join communities characterized by intellectual honesty over tribal loyalty, good faith disagreement, updating beliefs based on evidence, nuanced thinking over simplified certainty, challenging each other productively. These communities are rare. When you find them, invest heavily. Advanced practice. The resilience dashboard. Create a weekly tracking system. Cognitive metrics. Days I used my decision framework versus decided impulsively. Times I caught myself in binary thinking and added nuance. Instances of updating beliefs versus defending them. Quality of thinking under stress, 1 to 10 self-rating. Capacity metrics. Sleep average, exercise frequency, recovery time taken, stress level, 1 to 10. Output metrics. Decisions I'm confident about, problems solved versus problems created, relationships strengthened versus damaged. Pattern recognition. After 12 weeks, you'll see correlations. When I sleep less than 7 hours, my thinking quality drops by 40%. When I skip exercise, I'm 3 times more likely to make impulsive decisions. When I don't use my decision framework, I regret decisions 60% of the time versus 15% when I do. Data drives behavior change better than willpower. The stress test protocol. Periodically test your resilience under controlled conditions. The deliberate challenge. Make a complex decision while tired, see if your frameworks hold. Engage difficult conversation while stressed, see if you stay curious. Review past decisions that went wrong, see if you can analyze without defensiveness. This builds confidence that your thinking systems work under pressure. The master truth. Intellectual resilience isn't about being superhuman. It's about having systems that work when you're not at your best. Amateur thinkers rely on inspiration, motivation, and optimal conditions. Master thinkers build infrastructure that maintains clarity even in degraded conditions. You're building that infrastructure now, and when you have it, something remarkable happens. The chaos that breaks other people's thinking becomes just noise, manageable noise. You stay clear while others panic. You think strategically while others react. You update beliefs while others defend them. You solve problems while others create them. Not because you're smarter, because you've built resilience. Now we bring it all together.
Chapter 12. Integration, the synthesized mind. You've learned frameworks, techniques, mental models, practices. Now comes the hard part, making them seamless. Because here's what nobody tells you about skill development. Knowledge doesn't automatically become capability. You can understand critical thinking intellectually and still think poorly under pressure. You can know dozens of mental models and still default to the first one that comes to mind. You can have powerful frameworks and forget to use them when they matter most. The distance between knowing what to do and actually doing it is where most people fail. Integration is what closes that gap. Here's what unintegrated thinking looks like. You know about confirmation bias. You've studied it. You can explain it to others. And then you spend 2 hours researching to support a conclusion you'd already reached, never once noticing you're doing exactly what you know you shouldn't do. The knowledge didn't transfer to behavior because it wasn't integrated. It was stored in the things I know folder, not the how I actually operate folder. Or this, you've learned systems thinking. You understand feedback loops. You can diagram them on paper. And then you try to solve a recurring problem with the same linear intervention you've tried 5 times before, each time expecting different results. The framework was available, but under normal cognitive load, you didn't access it. You reverted to default. Or this, you've developed a decision-making framework that works brilliantly when you remember to use it. But in the moment, with pressure and emotion and time constraints, you forget the framework exists. You make the decision the old way. You regret it later. Why didn't I use my framework? I knew better. You did know better, but knowing and doing are different neural pathways. Here's the brutal reality. You have 2 operating systems. System 1, fast, automatic, effortless, pattern matching, emotional, energy efficient, always running, error-prone, but quick. System 2, slow, deliberate, effortful, analytical, logical, energy expensive, activated intentionally, more accurate but slower. Everything you've learned in this audiobook is System 2 territory, frameworks, models, analytical processes. But you live most of your life in System 1. System 2 is powerful,
but can't run constantly. It's too energy expensive. So here's the challenge. How do you get System 2 insights into System 1 operation? How do you make sophisticated thinking automatic? That's integration. What integration looks like? Someone says something that triggers you. In the past, you would have reacted immediately. Now, there's a micro pause. Your brain automatically runs a quick check. Is this actually a threat, or am I pattern matching to old runes? You didn't consciously decide to check. The check happened automatically. That's integrated thinking. Or, you're presented with a seemingly simple solution to a complex problem. In the past, you might have grabbed it. Now, you automatically feel a slight hesitation. Your brain flags it. This seems too simple. What am I missing? You didn't deliberately apply the complexity check. It fired automatically. That's integration. Or this, you've developed a decision-making framework that works brilliantly when you remember to use it. But in the moment, with pressure and emotion and time constraints, you forget the framework exists. You make the decision the old way. You regret it later. Why didn't I use my framework? I knew better. You did know better, but knowing and doing are different neural pathways. Here's the brutal reality. You have two operating systems. System 1, fast, automatic, effortless, pattern matching, emotional, energy efficient, always running, error-prone, but quick. System 2, slow, deliberate, effortful, analytical, logical, energy expensive, activated intentionally, more accurate, but slower. Everything you've learned in this audiobook is System 2 territory, frameworks, models, analytical processes. But you live most of your life in System 1. System 2 is powerful, but can't run constantly. It's too energy expensive. So here's the challenge. How do you get System 2 insights into System 1 operation? How do you make sophisticated thinking automatic? That's integration. What integration looks like? Someone says something that triggers you. In the past, you would have reacted immediately. Now, there's a micro pause. Your brain automatically runs a quick check. Is this actually a threat, or am I pattern matching to old wounds? You didn't consciously decide to check. The check happened automatically. That's integrated thinking. Or, you're presented with a seemingly simple solution to a complex problem. In the past, you might have grabbed it. Now, you automatically feel a slight hesitation. Your brain flags it. This seems too simple. What am I missing? You didn't deliberately apply the complexity check. It fired automatically. That's integration. Or this. You've developed a decision-making framework that works brilliantly when you remember to use it. But in the moment, with pressure and emotion and time constraints, you forget the framework exists. You make the decision the old way. You regret it later. Why didn't I use my framework? I knew better. You did know better, but knowing and doing are different neural pathways. The integration framework is SYNTHESIS. S. Start with core principles, not all techniques. You can't integrate everything at once. Trying to use 50 frameworks simultaneously creates paralysis. The core principle extraction. From everything you've learned, identify the 5 to 7 principles that, if truly integrated, would transform your thinking. Example core principles: pause before reacting, space between stimulus and response, seek disconfirming evidence, counter confirmation bias, think in probabilities, not certainties, calibrated confidence, consider second-order effects, systems thinking, ask from whose perspective, multiple viewpoints, look for the spectrum, nuanced thinking, question the question, meta-level thinking. These 7, deeply integrated, would upgrade your thinking across every domain. Your task: identify your core principles. What resonated most?
What if automatic would have the biggest impact? Write them down. These become your integration focus. Why? Yield through repetition. Integration happens through repetition that creates neural pathways. The deliberate practice protocol. Daily micro-practice. Each day, pick one core principle. Actively apply it throughout the day. Monday, pause before reacting. Set intention in the morning. Every time you feel impulse to respond, deliberately pause. Notice when you forget. Celebrate when you remember. Tuesday, seek disconfirming evidence. For every opinion or belief that comes up today, actively look for evidence against it. Make it a game. Wednesday, think in probabilities. Express every prediction as a percentage. I'm 60% confident this meeting will run long. Track whether you're calibrated. Continue rotating through your principles. After 7 to 14 days cycling through all principles, you'll notice they start activating without conscious effort.
Weekly deep practice. Once a week, take a real situation and apply all your core principles to it. The integration exercise. Choose a recent decision, conflict, or challenge. Analyze it through each principle. What would I have seen if I'd paused? What disconfirming evidence did I miss? How should I have expressed my confidence? What second-order effects did I not consider? Whose perspective did I ignore? Where did I think in binary instead of spectrum? What question should I have asked? This builds the mental muscles that connect principles to practice. N. Notice when frameworks would have helped. The best learning happens from reviewing your actual thinking, not hypothetical scenarios. The post-action review. After any significant decision, interaction, or outcome, what happened? Facts only, no judgment yet. What was I thinking at the time? Reconstruct your mental process. What frameworks or principles did I use, conscious or unconscious? What frameworks or principles would have helped that I didn't use? The gap between what you did and what you know. What triggered the gap? Stress, emotion, time pressure, autopilot? How do I close that gap next time? Specific trigger action plan. Example, I sent an angry email to a colleague. In retrospect, I was triggered by feeling dismissed. I reacted immediately. I didn't use pause principle, perspective taking, how would they interpret my response, future self-consultation, will I be glad I sent this? What triggered the gap? Strong emotion, feeling of urgency. Next time, when I feel that combination of anger plus urgency to respond, that's my trigger to wait 2 hours before sending. Set a draft and review later. You just turned a mistake into integrated learning. T. Train in simulation. Don't wait for high-stakes moments to practice. Create low-stakes training. The mental simulation practice. Scenario training. Regularly imagine challenging scenarios and mentally rehearse using your frameworks. I'm about to give difficult feedback. How do I approach this? Run through frameworks. What's the goal? Their perspective. How do I frame this for growth versus shame? What's the nuanced truth versus binary judgment? I'm presented with an investment opportunity. How do I evaluate? Run through frameworks. What's my confidence level? What information do I need? What are the second-order effects? What could go wrong? Who else has expertise I should consult? Mental rehearsal creates neural patterns that activate in real situations. Deliberate, difficult conversations. Actually practice with lower stakes interactions. Have a nuanced political discussion with someone safe. Give feedback to a friend who's asked for it. Make a medium stakes decision using full protocol. Build the muscle in practice so it's available under pressure. H. Habitually reflect. Integration requires conscious reflection until it becomes unconscious competence. The reflection rhythm. Daily, 5 minutes.
What did I learn about my thinking today? Where did I use frameworks well? Where did I revert to old patterns? Weekly, 30 minutes. What patterns am I seeing? What's integrating? What's still requiring conscious effort? What's my focus for next week? Monthly, 90 minutes. How has my thinking changed? What evidence do I have? What's my next level of development? Document this. Your past reflections become data about your development. The reflection questions. Where did my thinking surprise me, good or bad? What decision would old me have made differently than current me? What framework is becoming automatic? What framework still requires significant conscious effort? Where am I making the same mistakes? What breakthrough happened? Document this. Your past reflections become data about your development. E. Expose yourself to complexity. Integration accelerates when you're challenged beyond current capacity. The deliberate complexity practice. Seek out problems that require integrated thinking. Complex decisions with multiple stakeholders. Situations with genuine trade-offs and no clear answer. Conflicts requiring perspective taking and nuance. Strategic challenges requiring systems thinking. Information evaluation requiring critical analysis. Don't just think about thinking, use thinking on real challenges.
Engage with people who think differently. Easy environments don't build capability. Intellectual challenge does. Join discussions with intelligent people who disagree. Read perspectives that challenge your worldview. Engage with complex material that requires effort. Put yourself in situations where you have to explain your thinking. S. Stack frameworks progressively. Don't try to use every framework on every problem. Build layered complexity. The progressive stacking. Level 1, Foundation. Use 1 or 2 core frameworks until automatic. Example, pause and ask for disconfirming evidence. Level 2, add a dimension. Once level 1 is automatic, add another layer. Example, pause plus disconfirming evidence plus probabilistic thinking. Level 3, full integration. All frameworks available, automatically selected based on problem type. Example, your brain automatically recognizes this is a decision problem and activates decision frameworks. Or this is an emotional problem and activates emotional intelligence frameworks. The stacking protocol. Don't add new frameworks until current ones feel natural. Depth over breadth. Better to have 3 frameworks deeply integrated than 20 frameworks you theoretically know but never actually use. I. Identify integration indicators. How do you know integration is happening? The integration markers are 1. Automatic activation. Frameworks show up without conscious recall. I didn't think about pausing, I just paused. 2. Feels natural. Using the framework doesn't feel effortful. This is just how I think now. 3. Works under pressure. Framework stays active even when stressed, tired, or emotional. I was angry but still caught myself before reacting. 4. Appears in multiple contexts. You use the framework across life domains without prompting. I used systems thinking at work, then noticed I was using it in my relationship too. 5. Becomes invisible. You stop noticing you're using it. It's just how you operate. I didn't realize I was doing that until someone pointed it out. 6. Teaching it feels easy. You can explain it clearly because it's integrated into your understanding. I taught my team this framework and it flowed naturally. Track these markers. They tell you what's integrating and what's still surface level. S. Synthesize across domains. The final stage. Principles transfer across all areas of life. The cross-domain transfer. When a framework is truly integrated, you start seeing it everywhere. Systems thinking applies to business strategy, relationship dynamics, personal health, political analysis, career development. Emotional intelligence applies to negotiation, leadership, parenting, self-management, conflict resolution. Nuanced thinking applies to policy evaluation, personal decisions, understanding people, cultural analysis. Scientific thinking. Once a week, identify one framework you used in one domain and deliberately apply it to a completely different domain. I used second-order thinking in a business decision. How would I apply it to my health habits? I used perspective taking in a relationship. How would I apply it to a political debate? This accelerates integration and reveals new insights. The master state, fluid intelligence. Here's what full integration looks like. You're not consciously running through frameworks. You're not mechanically applying techniques. You're thinking fluidly with integrated principles operating beneath conscious awareness. Someone asks you a question, your response naturally incorporates nuance, spectrum thinking, context, situational awareness, multiple perspectives, adversarial analysis, probabilistic confidence, calibrated certainty, systems awareness, second-order effects. You didn't check boxes, you just thought clearly. The frameworks have become invisible infrastructure. That's the goal. Not to be a walking methodology, but to have upgraded your native thinking so that clarity is your default, not your exception. The integration timeline. Weeks 1 through 4, conscious, effortful application. I'm deliberately using frameworks. It's clunky, but I'm doing it. Weeks 5 through 12, semi-automatic activation. I'm starting to notice frameworks showing up without trying. Still requires some conscious effort. Weeks 13 through 26, automatic in familiar contexts. In situations I've practiced, the frameworks are automatic. New situations still require conscious application. Months 7 through 12, broad integration. This is just how I think now. Weeks 13 through 26, automatic in familiar contexts. In situations I've practiced, the frameworks are automatic. New situations still require conscious application. Months 7 through 12, broad integration. This is just how I think now. Year 2 plus, fluid mastery. This is just how I think now. Can't imagine thinking the old way. This isn't fast. Real integration takes time. But every week of practice compounds, and the person you become through this process is unrecognizable from who you were. You're building a new mind, not replacing your old one, upgrading it, expanding it, making it capable of things that currently feel impossible. That's the journey. Now let's talk about what this all means.
Final chapter. The compound effect of clear thinking. The transformation. Let's be honest about where you started. You probably picked up this audiobook because you were frustrated. Frustrated with making the same mistakes. Frustrated with being blindsided. Frustrated with watching other people succeed using advantages you couldn't identify. You wanted better thinking, sharper analysis, more effective decision-making. And we've given that to you. Frameworks, models, techniques, practices. But here's what you might not have realized you were getting. You were rebuilding your relationship with reality. Most people live in a distorted version of reality constructed by cognitive biases they don't recognize, mental models they never chose, tribal narratives they never questioned, emotional reactions they never examined, information manipulation they never detected. You've learned to see through all of it. That's not just better thinking, that's liberation. The compound returns. Here's what happens when clear thinking becomes your default. Year 1. You make better decisions. Avoid obvious mistakes. Solve problems that used to confuse you. Year 3. The better decisions compound. You're in a different place professionally, financially, relationally than you would have been. The gap between you and people who aren't developing this skill widens noticeably. Year 5. Clear thinking has become such an advantage that opportunities come to you. People seek your judgment. You're trusted with important decisions. Your life trajectory has fundamentally changed. Year 10. You look back and barely recognize who you were. The problems that used to seem insurmountable are trivial. The confusion that used to paralyze you is manageable. You've built a life that reflects genuine choice, not accident or default. This isn't exaggeration. This is what happens when you upgrade your cognitive operating system and let it compound. The ripple effect. But it's not just about you. Clear thinking is contagious. When you think clearly in a meeting, you elevate the quality of everyone's thinking. When you bring nuance to a polarized conversation, you create space for others to do the same. When you make decisions using frameworks instead of impulse, you model a better way for everyone watching. When you admit uncertainty instead of faking confidence, you give others permission to be intellectually honest. You don't just change your life, you change the thinking quality of every system you're part of. Your family makes better decisions because you're modeling it. Your team solves harder problems because you're demonstrating how. Your community becomes less polarized because you're showing there's another way. One person thinking clearly creates ripples that extend far beyond their individual choices. The responsibility. With this capability comes responsibility. You now know how to think more clearly than most people. You can see manipulation others miss. You can identify bad reasoning others accept. You can solve problems others can't. What will you do with that? You could use it purely for personal advantage, outthink competitors, win negotiations, accumulate wealth and power. Nothing wrong with that. These skills will absolutely give you competitive advantage. But there's another option. Use clear thinking to solve problems that matter, to build things that create value, to help others see what they're missing, to make your corner of the world a bit more rational and a bit less chaotic. The world desperately needs clear thinkers. In business, making decisions that create real value instead of extracting it. In politics, bringing nuance to binary debates. In relationships, modeling emotional intelligence and genuine communication. In communities, solving complex problems with systems thinking. In culture, resisting manipulation and seeking truth. You have these tools now. How you use them defines not just your success, but your contribution.
The daily practice. Here's what this looks like in practice. Every morning, you set an intention. Today, I will think clearly despite whatever chaos emerges. Throughout the day, you catch yourself thinking in binaries, add nuance, reacting emotionally, pause and decode, accepting information uncritically, verify, defaulting to first solution, consider alternatives, operating on autopilot, engage conscious choice. Every evening, you reflect. Where did I think clearly today? Where did I revert to old patterns? What did I learn? This daily cycle, repeated for years, creates a completely different life. Not because of one brilliant insight, because of thousands of small moments where you chose clarity over confusion, nuance over simplification, analysis over reaction, growth over defense. The moments that matter. You'll face tests, moments where clear thinking is costly. The social cost. Your tribe demands you choose a side. Clear thinking reveals both sides have valid points. Do you maintain nuance or capitulate to tribal pressure? The emotional cost.
Admitting you were wrong requires updating a belief you've defended publicly. Do you maintain intellectual honesty or protect your ego? The financial cost. The truth about a situation means walking away from profit. Do you maintain integrity or rationalize compromise? The relational cost. Clear thinking reveals a relationship isn't working. Do you face reality or maintain comfortable illusion? These moments define who you actually are, not who you think you are. The tools you've learned give you the capacity for clear thinking, but only you can choose to use them when it's difficult. The long game. Most people optimize for short-term comfort. They avoid hard truths. They maintain pleasant illusions. They defer difficult decisions. They choose familiar over accurate. It works for a while, until reality catches up. The market shifts and they're unprepared because they believe their own optimistic projections. The relationship ends suddenly because they ignored clear warning signs for years. The career stalls because they never acknowledged their actual weaknesses. The investment collapses because they never questioned the narrative. Reality always wins eventually. Clear thinking lets you work with reality instead of against it. It's harder short-term. Facing truth is always harder than maintaining illusion. But long-term, it's not even close. The person who thinks clearly compounds advantages year after year. The person who avoids reality compounds problems year after year. You're choosing the first path. That choice will cost you comfort sometimes. It will buy you freedom, effectiveness, and genuine agency over your life. The meta skill. Here's what you might not have realized. Everything in this audiobook is really teaching you one thing: how to learn. Critical thinking isn't just about thinking clearly. It's about recognizing when you're wrong so you can correct, identifying your blind spots so you can compensate, testing your models so you can improve, updating your beliefs so you can adapt, seeking disconfirming evidence so you can refine. You've learned how to learn. That means you're not static. You're not fixed at your current level of capability. Every year, you'll think more clearly than the year before. Every decade, you'll be operating at a level that's currently hard to imagine. That's the real gift. Not the specific frameworks. Those will evolve and improve. But the capacity to continuously upgrade your thinking, that's permanent. The community. You're not alone in this. There are others pursuing the same path. People committed to clear thinking, intellectual honesty, continuous learning, and nuanced understanding. Find them, learn with them, challenge each other, support each other. Some are informal communities, rationalist groups, book clubs, professional networks. Some are individual connections. That colleague who thinks deeply, that friend who asks good questions, that mentor who models wisdom. Build your intellectual community deliberately, because clear thinking in isolation is hard. Clear thinking in community is sustainable.
The never-ending journey. Here's the final truth. You're never done. There's no point where you've mastered critical thinking and can coast. Your biases will always be there, waiting to activate. New manipulation techniques will always emerge. Complex situations will always challenge you. Pressure will always threaten to degrade your thinking. This is a practice, not a destination. But here's what changes. You get better at the practice. What's hard now becomes natural later. What requires effort now becomes automatic later. What you can barely do now becomes easy later, freeing you to tackle the next level of complexity. You're on an upward spiral of capability. Each level prepares you for the next. Each framework integrated makes the next framework easier to integrate. Each year of practice makes you more resilient, more clear, more capable.
10 years from now, you'll look at problems that would have destroyed current you and think, that's interesting. Here's how I'd approach it. That's the journey you're on. The promise. We opened with a promise. By the end of this journey, you would never see yourself the same way again. Has that happened? Can you see the difference between who you were when you started and who you're becoming? The old you reacted without pause, thoughts in binaries, accepted information uncritically, made decisions impulsively, defended beliefs rigidly, operated on autopilot. The new you creates space between stimulus and response, thinks in spectrums and nuance, verifies and questions, makes decisions systematically, updates beliefs based on evidence, operates with conscious choice. That's not a small change. That's transformation. And this is just the beginning. The final challenge. You now have everything you need. The frameworks for better thinking, the practices for integration, the awareness to catch your patterns, the tools to upgrade continuously. But knowledge without application is just entertainment. So here's your challenge. For the next 90 days, 1. Choose your 5 to 7 core principles, the ones that resonated most. 2. Practice them deliberately. Daily rotation, weekly deep dives. 3. Track your progress, journal reflections, integration markers. 4. Apply to real challenges. Don't just think about thinking, use it. 5. Share what you're learning. Teaching accelerates integration.
After 90 days, assess. What's changed in how I think? What results am I seeing? What's integrating versus what's still surface level? What's my next 90-day focus? Then do another 90 days, and another, and another. This is how transformation becomes permanent, not through one burst of motivation, through sustained, deliberate practice that compounds over time. You have the map. Now walk the path. The end is the beginning. We're at the end of this audiobook, but you're at the beginning of something much bigger. A life lived with clarity instead of confusion. Decisions made with intention instead of impulse. Problems solved with systems instead of symptoms. Growth chosen over comfort. Truth valued over tribal loyalty. This is available to you. Not someday, not when conditions are perfect, not when you feel ready. Now, with your next decision, your next conversation, your next moment of choosing clarity over comfortable illusion. The world doesn't need more people who are certain. It needs more people who are accurate. The world doesn't need more people who can argue brilliantly for one side. It needs more people who can integrate multiple perspectives into coherent wisdom. The world doesn't need more binary thinkers. It needs more people who can hold complexity without collapsing into oversimplification. You can be one of those people. You have the tools. You understand the path. You see what's possible. Now, you just have to do it. Not perfectly, not all at once, not without mistakes or setbacks, but consistently, deliberately, with commitment to the process and patience with yourself. Because here's the final truth. Clear thinking compounds. Every day you practice, you get a little better. Every framework you integrate makes you a little more capable. Every year you commit, you pull further ahead. 10 years from now, the difference between you and people who didn't walk this path will be dramatic. Not because you're inherently superior, because you chose to develop a skill most people don't even know exists. That's the power you're building. That's the transformation you're creating. That's the life you're choosing. Love what you're hearing? Hit that subscribe button and join our community of audiobook lovers. Your support helps us bring you more amazing stories.